Okay, so now it is November 30th. I'm sorry, November 20th of 2024. If you're wondering what's going on, if you see it like kind of shiny in there, that's because I put castor oil, hexane free, around my eyes, right? A little bit on both sides. If you notice, it brought out the bags. From what I can, unless they're always there and I just never noticed them. And I'm only noticing them because it's kind of shiny because of the oil. So, I mean, whether it's going to help me or not, people, I don't know. Anyway, so what we're going to do here is we're going to do a follow-up on the pork. Okay? In terms of making that rich bone broth. That's what I want. Okay? More than anything. And I bought the pork like this. Now, it's been in my fridge, for a few days anyway. 4 or 5 days, maybe, right? But because it's vacuum sealed, it should be fine. In terms of, it wouldn't spoil, right? Obviously, if I open it up and it smells real funky, and if I wash off the blood and it still smells funky, then I guess the raccoons and the coyotes, and I guess they're gonna get lucky. Just saying, right? Because I had to do other things in terms of prep work and get everything cleared out, and I had to finish the juice. And alright, so I bought this only because for Amari, to get that rich bone broth, right, with the nutrients of the meat. When you go with just straight up pork in a situation like this where it tends to be a little more fatty, right, you're going to get a higher calorie count. Now, I think I'm going to put this video as something to do with parents wanting to feed their kids nutritional calorie count or something like that, aka meat, right? Because there are people out there that don't eat meat. But in this situation, you know, just with the way the world is going, I'm telling you, like, I don't know, people. This is what people have to do in order to, I don't know, improve their children's diets when it comes to better nutritional food with a higher calorie count, with less processed items, I guess you could say. Right? Okay. So, I don't know. Now, when I bought this, it was $3.99. I'll figure out a title for it. When I bought this, it was $3.99 a pound. I had already done it. I liked the result, so I did it again. Right? Because I want to use a jar, right, of bone broth on a daily basis, every day, as I'm making Amari's food. So at least he's getting that little bit of bone broth, right, with the vitamins and the minerals and the collagen, right? I think it's called collagen. Just with that, not including any meat that I will provide to him as we go along. Because with his situation with the cerebral palsy, his body is burning it off, and he's not, you know, he needs it. He needs it. Alright, so in this situation, what it costed me, where was it, man? What it costed me was $18.67 times 2. But they gave me more than that. Okay? So we're going to go, and we're going through the numbers this time. In terms of how much it costed me, how many jars I get, basically. So, in essence, it cost me, I guess, $37.34. So we'll just round it off at $37. Oh boy. We'll just round it off at $37. We'll just do some quick math, okay? Right? I know. Doing this video like the way I do it drags it out, but it is what it is. Right. When people have time to sit and listen to a 3-hour video, 2 times in a row, knocking everything else down. Holy cow, it's going to be one of those days. Grabbing a cord as I'm grabbing this because I can't see the freaking floor, and oh my lord. Alrighty, so $37, so I think that's correct. $37, I'm having a real hard time seeing. Oh boy, you don't even know. But we're not talking about my fear factors, because we know which one is at the top of the list. You can have food security, but it doesn't mean anything. I'm just saying. Okay, so $37 for the pork. Now this is a lot of pork. This one they've got it priced at $37.67. I times it by 2 because that's what they've got on my actual bill in terms of the bill that they provide with, right? So they only charged me, that twice, but with this pack, oh my god, I'm serious, can't see shit, people. This one here, though, is coming in at $21.45. Now, I know it doesn't seem like much. It's a little more than the one for $18.67. So I got 2 racks per pack. Alright, so we're working with $37 worth of pork. Now, if you were to put this in the oven, what do you call it? You'd be lucky to get 2 meals out of it. For a family of 4 to 6, I would say. If that. Because everybody's just going to chow down on it. Right? You know what I'm saying? Where if we do it the way I'm going to do it, you can spread it out and incorporate it into other meals where you're providing your family the nutrients on a more regulated schedule where money is tight, right? So, now before I get into that, I did can these up. I jarred them. They popped, but I found that 1 jar of these button lids unsealed, but these jars, the ball lids with these lids, can unseal. So it's a hit and miss. So what I'm saying is, if you're canning meat, if you can avoid it, try not to use these jars, these repurposed jars. For the simple fact is, meat is very expensive and you can't afford to lose jars. And even when you use a ball jar or a canning jar with a canning lid, I mean, there is no guarantees. They can pop as well. But I would think that these would, for meat, and that's just kind of standard across with canners, you know, you go with, and try and make sure that your lids are new, right? Versus repurposing your lids. Okay. So, we're just going to leave those there. Right. So, out of what, 5 jars I think I had? 5? Yeah. 5 jars. 1 popped, it sealed, and then it unpopped. And what I found is these things are extremely noisy when you have this kind of stuff inside, right? Suck down really hard, seal, and you're like, whoa, that must be a really strong seal. Ah, you're feeling good about yourself. And then you go, and Andre and I, we heard it, and we're like, holy crap, what was that? We couldn't figure it out. Andre said, well, maybe one of your jars popped now. I said, no, I don't think so. And I came back, and sure enough, it had popped. So I had to put it in the fridge, right? But that's not what I'm doing right now in terms of cooking anything, right? So hopefully we'll be able to get to a breakfast bar with it, because this is, again, where people have to learn to do this stuff in order to get the best bang for their buck when it comes to buying food, and the higher quality in terms of nutrients as well as vitamins, and to be able to stretch it out. In this situation with the pork, I am showing people how to stretch it out. So they're not having fucking panic attacks when they go off, sorry, boo-boo panic attacks when they're going off and buying meat thinking, well, this isn't going to feed my family you know, for any length of time, right? Outside of everybody's going to be happy that they can munch on spare ribs for a little while the bones go out in the garbage and the fat goes into the garbage, right? And then everybody's sitting around in 3 days from now waiting for the next meal, whatever that meal may be, right? So what you want to do, I know this is, you know, the people who like to watch my videos, not many of them, but there's a few. They already know this information, but this is in the future, maybe when I'm not alive anymore, you know, kind of thing. And my kids are like monitoring my channel, right? And they'll be like, people will be watching my video, and it might be a lifesaver for them. You never know. You just never know, people. Okay, because I really do like the results of this. As if I can even see. Oh, I don't like this. That I don't like. So what we're going to do is we're going to work fast. I've been working fast. Basically having cat naps, sleeping, getting up, running off, doing this, doing that, da-da-da-da. I got the kales. I just dehydrated the kales. Look at this. Can't cut nothing. They got this sealed up really, really tight. I got the kales already dehydrating. The parsley is almost dry, right? I did the asparagus. This time I did not shave them with a potato peeler. Instead, what I did is I just cut off the hard stems, and when I blanched them, I just cooked them a little longer in terms of boiling it, right, to soften it up. And they're in the dehydrator because they're going to get ground up anyway. And I found that cooking them for a little while longer, oh my Lord, before, I'm weak now. I can feel it. I hate it when I'm weak. Don't have a backache, though. If you notice, I don't get that very often. Just once in a blue moon. Right? Oh my God, why can't I do this? It's because I can't see, that's why. I don't know, I'm on a bone or something. Here we go. Yeah, cooking it a little longer, soften it up. And by the time you grind it up, it should be fine. So this is the one that is at $21.45. I was going to buy another rack, like another package, but I'm like, oh, you're pushing it, Judy. This is going to get you a lot of jars. You know, I might even go into quart-sized jars. But the thing about, well, I do actually have wide mouth, I have wide mouth pint-sized jars, which would be good for the meat, because, you know, I'm downsizing now. I don't want to buy any more jars. I just kind of want to use up what I have, and then at some point maybe buy a couple cases, put them downstairs in case of some reason or another. So now, because it's been in the fridge, right, for a little while, it has absolutely no smell, which tells you that it's fine. Okay? And to keep it simple, the way I did it, I need a bowl. Andre, go get me a bowl. Andre, go get me a big bowl.
Why?
Because I need to put this pork in the big bowl as I'm working in it. You know, it's important not to be spreading germs, right? Oh, okay, just whatever. Put it right there.
That'll do.
That'll do. All right.
Now.
Yeah, I may have to have you come turn off this camera when I'm ready.
Okay.
All right, so we're just going to transport those. At least that one. It's bloody. It's bloody. Oh, I don't know about this bowl. Oh my Lord. And they're worried about carrots. Yeah, sure. Okay. Alright. That's because I have something underneath there. Alright. So what we do is we cut it in half first. And the way I did it last time, and I'm telling you, it worked out pretty good. Oh my Lord. Okay, I need your help here. This is not working. you put it on this pan, and it's just the bowl is just moving around too much. So pick up the bowl and take the pan out.
Well, it'll help if you stop cutting it.
Okay. Take the pan out because it's just rocking and rolling too much. There you go. That's fine. Thank you. All right. So we're gonna just.
I don't want to pick up a ball while you're cutting.
I know.
Put my eye out.
All right. You don't. Okay. So now, to get your money's worth, me, I have to feel for the bone. I can't really see it. And I just go right down the bone. I hate working when I got cuts on my fingers still. But whatever. It's not quite as healed as I'd like to. Instead of just chowing down on it and whatever, go as close to the bone as you can. Take off as much meat as you can. Because that's what you're going to render to take out fat that you can fry with, right, before you can it. So, again, other people have already seen this, but for the ones that in 5 years from now come across my video and you don't know, and you don't know what to do, well, I'm showing you what to do. Avoid your hams. You'd be better off to do something like this than buy hot dogs for your kids. Okay, because there's no real nutritional value in hot dogs and those kind of things. Sure, if you want to do it for a treat once in a while, no problem, you can do that. Right, but other than that, buy this stuff on sale and break it up into multiple portions by doing what I'm doing. And you'll feel so much better. And yes, you will build in food security into your house. And your kids will have better nutritional food, and you'll be able to afford it. Now, you can't, that's a big chunk of meat, right? But when you render it, it's going to take out the little bits of fat that's in that meat because of where the fat is on this pork, right? And in order to render something, it's best to have them into smaller pieces, okay? So you have to prepare everything before this is where I have to be careful because I'll slice my fingers. Oh joy. Right? But that's just the perils of working in a kitchen sometimes. You know what I'm saying? So go as close to the bone as you can. Right? Andre, don't over talk me. I like how you did that as soon as I started doing this. Andre, don't start over talking me. I don't need you chattering in the background. Okay? See? We're taking off all that meat. You got it for, what was it, $3.99 a pound? And then you have a bone. Oops. Okay? And then throw that bone into the pot. Alright? This meat you cut up into chunks because you're going to render it all. Doesn't matter. And you're going to take that fat after it's done and put it in a nice clean container. Put it in your fridge and you're going to fry with it. And if you really wanted to, you could even make pastry with it. I'm just saying. Okay? And then these little pieces of meat will be, after they're rendered, will can better in the canner, in a jar, with the bone broth that you're making. And I'm thinking to do pint size, wide mouth, because I don't have 250 mils, and I've already got a little bit for Amari. And yeah, you'll see. I'll walk you through it. I'm going to do 250 mil as much as I can in bone broth, and 250 mil for the most part in pork pieces. And they're going to be kind of small because I'm rendering it. So you're not doing 1-inch cubes. I'd say, if I was to say what size am I doing, maybe a 1/2 inch. Or give or take. 1/2 inch size cubes or so. When you get into a real fatty area, go out of your way and make it a 1/4 inch, because it will render better. Right? I don't see fat very much. So, some of this stuff becomes hit and miss for me, but it's okay. I still get the end result that I like. And so, and then after you're done cooking your bone broth, you're going to have to put it in the fridge and let it solidify for 24 hours so all your grease comes to the surface so that you can skim it off before you heat it up and use that bone broth. And these you're going to cook for over 24 hours at least on a low medium boil with a lid on it, okay, to soften them up. Now some people put vinegar in to help release the calcium. I never do, just because I just don't. Never think about it. But they recommend putting a tablespoon or something. So maybe this time I will. I'll just attempt to put a tablespoon. It's not going to change the taste, really. No, a tablespoon in a big pot of bone broth is not going to change the taste, but it helps to release the calcium within the bones as it's stewing overnight. So I'll probably put about a tablespoon of vinegar in it, because you want bang for your buck. And then this time, after it's all said and done, and because the bones will come out soft, right? You can suck out the juice and whatever you want with it, chew on the bone a little bit, and then I'm going to rinse them off. And in this situation, I do plan on dehydrating them, crushing them, and then if I can get my act together and work on my little grow room and, plant my lettuce or whatever I'm trying to do in there, which isn't much right now, then I would use that bone broth for my planter pots. Where the last ones, I think they went outside. I don't know where they went. I didn't keep them. But these ones I'm going to keep for plants, to grow vegetables, right? Whether lettuce, whether I'm using it for my green onions, whether I want to grow some beans. I want to try beans in there just for the sake of growing beans. Because, these beans that you buy in a grocery store, they sprout. And I've got organic beans all over this house. Either or. If they're sprouting, I'm just going to pop them in some dirt. The grow lights are in there. And, but that's not the emergency right now. That's not the priority. But definitely I'm going to keep these bones after the fact and grind them up. So try and just get as close as you can to the best of your ability. As you're cutting, cut into either 1/2 inch size or 1/4 inch size, whichever you prefer. But when you get into the fattier part, you can see it, and it's fatty. Cut that into a 1/4 inch little cubes, because it will render out faster. It will render better, right? And then in the end, you're going to end up getting like a crackling. And then when you can it won't be so fatty because you rendered it out. So it goes pretty fast. You can see I'm almost done this one little piece that I'm that I'm working on right now. And you'd be surprised how many jars you're going to get. And then if you were to calculate it in comparison to what you paid for it per meal, it can come in at $2 a jar, $1.50 a jar, $2 a jar, depending on what type of meat that you're working with. Yeah, and how much you paid for it. And, if you can't afford to buy meat, per se, but you value the nutrients that comes from it, and the vitamins and whatnot, and this is one way to ensure that you're providing it into your family's diet, even if it's just in the broth. In terms of, you can buy the rice, you can find the vegetables, but you can't afford the beef or the meat or whatever. But if you have a jar of bone broth to cook up with the rice, then that right there adds nutrients to the meal as a whole, with certain vitamins that you can't get from the rice or the vegetables. Right? I'm just saying. Okay, so Andre, come and turn this off. I don't have nothing to talk about. I've already talked about it. I can't dwell on my fears, right? Because it's not going to get me anywhere in life. I feel like I'm running a race here, but besides that point. Okay, you can turn that off for now.
Okay.
Thank you. Alright, so basically, I got one. Now, I do have some in the fridge, well, sorry, freezer, from before, right? But they're longer. So, you know, some are longer, some are short, whatever. Some have more fat, some have less. Okay, so basically, we've got some bones in here, right? You can see what's happening. Sorry, wandering eye. You can see what's happening there, right? Another full rack, for sure. And then probably, oh, I don't know, a third. So one full rack up to a third will be done like this, where 2/3 or so, maybe close to a half, is going in whole, right? And I'll try and scrape off a little bit of fat where I can see it, because you need that meat, right, to get that gelatin, eh? So basically, that's the more fatty that I could see, and scrape off the bone and whatever. So when this goes into the oven, eventually, it looks like there's some there. I just washed my hands. I gotta go sip on some coffee. I try and cut that off, but I'm not too worried. I mean, I can't be. I'm doing the best I can, right? So when this goes into the oven and you start rendering it, I like rendering it. I like rendering it at 225. And you can put a little bit of water in it to start, right? What's going to happen is, before the grease will melt and render, the liquid, the juices, the blood, everything that's in the meat itself will release itself first. It's okay if you take a spoon, you know, tip your pan over a little bit so that everything goes, and you can scoop that up and put it into a bowl or something, and then put it in the fridge and save it, right? So that at some point, if there's any grease in it, it will come to the surface. You can scrape it off, right? And then whatever juice that came from the actual meat itself, right? So don't put too much water, right? Maybe just a tad bit just to get it started, or you don't even need to, really. But once the juices start, you'll know. You'll see it. And you can take that out and put it in the fridge after it cools down, and then eventually put it into your broth, okay? Otherwise, it's just going to evaporate. And then that's when the grease kicks in. But when the grease is starting to render, the lard, the fat, or whatever you want to call it, don't take it out. You have to leave it till the end of the rendering process, because if you take it out too soon, there's not enough grease to continue rendering the little bits and pieces that you're already in process of rendering. That's what I found, right? So definitely take out your juices, keep those, put them in the fridge, right? You know, you can add them in after the fact of your broth being done, okay? And if any grease is there, it will surface, it will solidify, you can scrape it off. And then same thing with the pot. After you do your bones, everything, cool it down, right? Strain it, put it in the fridge, let it sit for the night. All the grease will come to the surface. You can scrape it off. Now, if you wanted to, and maybe we'll try it this way for something different, just for something. Normally I chuck it out, right? Depends on how much is there. I mean, you could almost, I wouldn't say re-render it and make it where you have lard to fry, because fat is fat is fat, right? I mean, yes, there's different parts of the pig with different types of fat, but at the end of the day, okay, you know, all you'd have to do is scrape it off, put it in a pot, bring it to a boil to burn off the non-fat, the liquid, whatever it is, really just bring it not quite to a boil, but just enough to start having it evaporate. Run it through a strainer and then put it in a jar and let it solidify, and you probably have fat that you could even cook with in terms of frying and that type of thing. And then I suppose if you were a soap maker, I don't know if they use pork fat to make soap. They do with beef. I don't make soap, but people do, right? And they like animal fat for that. So now I'm just going to sit down and rest for a few minutes. I have a cold coffee, so I'm just going to take a break, and then I'm going to tackle this one. I'm going to have to get bigger trays. I have them up there, and I like to do mine at 225. And as soon as it starts releasing its juices, I'm capturing up on those juices, and then I'm going to put them in my new measuring cups, right? And then after it cools down, I'm putting it in the fridge, and I'm going to save it for when I want to add it to the bone broth. Otherwise, it's, like I said, it's just going to evaporate, and you know, before the actual fat starts to leach out. So hold on a minute. Okay, so far these things seem to be holding up, except for well, that's I haven't washed them yet, except for the one that popped. All right, so I put a table like a scoop of water and a bit in this one, and 3 of these, which isn't very much, in this one. The only thing is my oven light is burnt out. Now I may have one, or I think I'm going to have to order. I don't want to go looking for a light right now. However, this has got to cook for at least 24 hours, so I don't know. What time is it, Andre?
5:50.
So it's almost 6 o'clock p.m.? So by 6 o'clock tomorrow night, that's when we'll consider taking it out, right? I'll test the bones and, you know, letting it cool and then putting it in the fridge so it can degrease. These will be rendering basically all night, okay? I'll fall asleep. But before that happens, my oven light is out. Andre, I need the silver flashlight. Yeah, well, not yet, but when I'm ready to do something, you're going to have to hold it for me so I can see in the oven because the light bulb burnt out. Anyway, within the hour, half an hour to an hour, it's going to start leaching out those liquids, the blood and just the moisture within the meat itself, right? Not so much the fat, okay? I'm going to scoop that up. I'm going to put it in a measuring cup or something, or a pot or whatever. Probably in a measuring cup because then you can kind of see, right? And then put that in the fridge and let it solidify. And then we'll look at it after the fact and whatever, you know, take away any fat that may or may not be there. And then eventually put it into this, okay? Because otherwise it will just evaporate. And it's really good stuff, so you don't want to lose it, right? Now you can see this is a fair amount from the 2 racks, eh? And I've got, I've got a piece about that big in there to get that rich gelatin, right? This is just a little bit more fat from what I could tell in terms of more on this side. You can see it's kind of like more, right? Versus either or. So I kind of tried to separate as much as I could, but it doesn't matter. It's okay. It's all going to work out good. So in the next well, within a half an hour to an hour and a half maybe, you know, give or take, right? I'm going to start scooping off that juice, and then once it's gone, then the fat starts to render. But don't take that off. Let it render right until the bitter end. Because if you take it off too soon and it's not finishing rendering, it will just stop rendering and it will change its taste. So 225 is nice because if you go to sleep, right, it's not so bad, right? So in 2 more days, not tomorrow, but the next day is canning day. So tomorrow is more laundry, putting away my juicer pots, just doing whatever, because after this is done, the only thing I'm going to be doing at some point will be juice, but you know what, honestly, I got other things to do, so I'm not too worried about it right now at this point. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, when this starts, don't take off this gum or nothing. You don't have to worry about that, okay? That it all incorporate in together. I wouldn't add any salt because I find that oftentimes the meat, they will come in with beef. I'll add it. Andre, shut up. Pork tends to come in with its own salt. Turkey tends to come in with its own salt. In terms of, you don't really need to add salt when you're cooking turkey and stuff, because it will produce, it has salt in the meat itself. Same thing with pork. I do add a little bit of salt with beef. But so before you add the salt with the pork, wait until everything's done and it's all cooked, and and taste it. If you want a little more salt, then add. But if not, then leave, right? Because, So, but while you're doing this kind of stuff, right? Now, I probably will end up a little more water, because if you notice, I've just got the one pot. If I would have got the other rack, the other 2 racks, I'd have another pot here, right? But for what I got here, I'm happy with it, because I'm getting my back a little sore standing here, and and blah. And if I really want, I have a pack of ribs that are a little longer from another time when I did this in the freezer. So, if and when I do these the vegetable broth, if I wanted to, I could always cook up those ribs in a pot, this pot, after the fact this is all said and done, right? And stew it for 18 hours or whatever it is, 24 hours, 18 hours, even 12 hours for that matter. And then do something else with those ribs, whether we eat them or I make maybe potato soup or something, and then the little leftover broth, I can it if I wanted to, but I can put the vegetables in and, but it doesn't matter. I don't know, I need to make room up here in this freezer, so there's that option. It's just, I'm not sure what I'm doing with them yet. There's no emergency on them, right? So I'm a little shy on the headspace on the pot, so I'm just gonna start heating it up, and you can put this on. Okay, clearly I'm overworked. I had them in 2 separate trays, more fat in one, the meat in the other. Anyway, I degreased the initial juices that were released from this one, and then it got dry, and I said to heck with it. I wasn't thinking, and I took the other tray and I mixed them in, and I forgot that it had a lot of fat in it. Alright, then I went to sleep, got up, and there really wasn't any liquid. No grease, nothing. So what I did is I put water into the tray, because we have to release more fat, right, before we can it. So I put it, some water in there, you can see. And I turned up the heat. Well, I did it at 325, and then I brought it up to 325, cooked it for half an hour, 45 minutes, just to release the fat from this. Okay? So now I'm going to put it in a bowl, and I'm going to pour this juice into this bowl, you can see. And then what's going to happen is the fat that's been released into the liquid will rise to the top, and then that's what we're going to skim off before I can it. And then the gelatin or whatever's remaining will be underneath the grease, and that will go into the pot. So hold on. Okay, so as it was heating up in the oven after I put it in, you can see I took the liquid out that was being released from the meat. Obviously, I put it in the fridge. Now, the fat we don't want. Do you see that fat? Take it off. You can still probably render it more for frying, which we'll attempt to do so that we can get every penny out of this pork. And then the gelatin, what I'm going to do, I'm going to warm it up. I'm going to use my fingers for this. I'm going to warm it up, and then I'm going to pour it in there and stir it around, and then any fats that are in this are going to come to the surface. So hold on. Oh, and by the way, for those that want to call me foolish, I went online, right? Because, you know, I still have to buy things like milk and whatever. And as I'm looking around, I'm noticing that prices are already increasing on basic things like potatoes and that kind of crap. And it's already been projected and forecasted and spoken about that grocery stores are going to start raising prices. So you better get prepared for it. Okay, so do you see that? That's where all your nutrients are. Okay, it's highly gelatized. So what we're going to do is we're just going to warm it up. That's all. And melt it. Okay? And then we're going to put it in here. And because you want a little more liquid in here. It's not quite high enough, right? And then after we pour that, what's going to happen? So we're just going to warm it up to top this off. And then this, after this cools, it's going in the fridge. And again, you're going to scrape off the top layer of grease that comes to the surface, right? And then what I scraped off, versus throwing it away, I'm going to show you what to do with it to make frying lard. All right? So as soon as this is out of the pot, we're going to take this and we're going to warm this up. Okay? We don't have to boil it, none of that. Because when you bring it to a boiling point, that's when you start changing the fats. You just want to melt it, and then we're going to pour it into this dish. And all the sediments are going to fall to the bottom, right? Then you're going to have a layer of grease. Okay, you'll see, because the sediments, the gelatin, anything that's not fat will settle to the bottom. Well, the fat itself will rise, it will solidify, and then you flip it over and you just sliver off the sediments, to which you could add into whatever you're doing, because it's basically that stuff which are the sediments. So hold on. Alright, so it doesn't take long for it to melt, as you can see. The issue with this one, though, is when I took out this broth, I guess you could say, right, it wasn't cooked per se, as it was just being released from the heat from the meat in the oven, okay? Right? The heat in the oven was releasing the liquids from the meat, but it hadn't had a chance to cook. This is fully cooked, so I could eat this without getting sick, right? And it's good. If I put this in there as is, because it's not fully cooked, you're putting yourself at risk. So with that said, what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring this to a boil. I'm going to boil it for a few minutes. Okay? And then I'm going to pour it in there, mix it around, and it just tops off that little bit of liquid that I need in order to skim the fat after it's cool. And then when this pot's empty, I'm going to put that in there, and I'm going to melt it, and once it's melted, I'm going to put it in there. So hold on. There, you see? It added just a little extra nutrients, gelatin, as well as liquid, so that when the grease comes to the surface, you can take it off with your fingers, and then you can render it like I'm showing you here. You can see that grease is starting to melt. Now, because it was never brought to a boil, I am going to bring it to a boil just slightly, okay? Because we've got the, you know, the particles in there, little bits of meat, whatever, some gelatin. So we kind of want to purify our fat a little bit. So bringing it to a slight little boil isn't going to cause a lot of issues. Okay, you can hear it. Okay. There we go. Now we're going to put it in this dish. It should not crack. It has a lid, so when it cools down, I'll put the lid on it and I'll put it in the fridge. And then as I'm degreasing, I will do the same thing. Only I don't need to bring it to a boil per se, as just heat it up, melt it, and add it to this. And then after it's all said and done between everything, then you reheat it, warm it up, strain it, okay? And if you want, you can put it back in the pot and just bring it up to the basic boiling point and then jar it up. And it should be fine. Or you can freeze it. That's pretty much straight up lard. It's not premium lard, and any sediments will fall to the bottom as it settles. Okay. I think I'm going to title this video Pre-War Fatigue. Seriously. Because I'm listening to Canadian Prepper, and whatever they're doing out that way with Russia and whatever and whatever and whatever and whatever, it's getting worse, not better. You know, and like, it hasn't even been 2 weeks before they raised the cost of potatoes. I'm just saying, they do it, you know, and other things too, right? They do it in like 50 cents here, $1 here, $2 there, right? On like different items, right? So that by the time you're done doing your shop, you're spending $30 more than what you did 2 weeks ago for the same stuff. I'm just saying, right? So, as you're hearing on the internet, that the people who run these companies are already talking about increasing the prices and that the consumer should be prepared for it. And you're hearing that from more than one person. As you're also hearing that things are either disappearing and you can't find them no more, or they're being limited, or you have to shop around in different stores to find what you're looking for. Right. And then factor in these recalls of whatever it is that is being recalled at a random rate of quite often. So, what I'm doing with that pork fat, I know it doesn't seem conventional, the norm, but it could very well be practical. Yeah, it could very well be practical. I mean, it doesn't hurt to try it, right? You know, considering how much everything is costing and what's going on in the world, because honestly, I'm getting kind of tired of it all, people, in terms of the food prep and trying to keep up with the drama around it in regards to the rising cost of food, and then you've got those fear factors, right? With being kicked out of my house after all these years because of whatever. can't call it good business when you're destroying people's lives for profit. You can't call it good business when you're targeting a certain class of people under a caste system for illegal organ harvesting and profit, and to oppress them so that the oppressors can have the upper hand and control everything. Doesn't matter if it's the job market, you know, the housing market, the healthcare system, the whole 9 yards. Right? So anyway, I got Amari to eat some kipper snacks. Those are sardines, right? I blended some in with his spinach. It was like when I did that vinegar and added vinegar to the spinach, and as soon as I put it in his mouth, he knew something was different with it. And he just kind of took him a while for him to open his mouth and take the next bite once he decided, oh, okay, I can tolerate this. It's not so bad. So I'm getting him to eat sardines now. I'm doing it in the kipper snack form, though. So I purchased a bunch more because I get my PC points, because they're still on that schedule with the Canadian Superstore, right? I mean, for every dollar you spend, you get, no, for every dollar you spend, you get 1,000 PC points. I mean, 100. So whatever. I got a lot of kipper snacks and sardines. But with the way things are going, you can't go wrong, because they store well. They can last a long time in a can. Oh yeah. They're kind of like tuna and stuff, right? Just those ones have the pull tabs, but either or, as long as you're not banging them around, moving them around, they hold up pretty good. But yeah, I think I'm getting war fatigue here before the war has even really started yet. Our way, that is. But we're in a war, people. When you're being threatened to be kicked out of your house because you're not keeping up with the Joneses in a corrupt housing market where greed clearly fuels the agenda here, right? And is it's a form of genocide because it destroys multiple lives. You know, I feel really sorry for these young people that I watch them on TikTok with their talking about this, that, and everything else that they're facing, and some of them look like Shmee, you know, right? And I'm like, she could be my daughter. She has the characteristics of my daughter, and I just feel so helpless. So helpless, because they don't have a future other than a fentanyl murder where the cops are saying they did it to themselves because they were depressed. Yeah, it was a suicide. Oops, sorry, no, it was an accident. They should have known better, which is a bunch of freaking hogwash. While the ones with the money that created that problem are scooping up on the organs and laundering them through the black market. And that's why YouTube likes to shadow ban my videos, because they don't want the public to know about that. They don't want the public to think about that. They don't want the public to catch a clue about that. No, they don't. So, clearly I'm tired today, but I'm just going to pitter. I bought another 40 pounds of red potatoes at $8 a bag. Otherwise, I'd be paying $12 a bag now. So I said to heck with it. I'll just buy them at $8 a bag. Because pretty soon I don't need to be doing my mashed potatoes dehydrated, quote unquote, right? But I still want a couple of more jars considering what's going on and considering that they raised the price by $2 a bag in the last week and a half, 2 weeks. And then brought one bag down to, you know, quote unquote, a sale, where you can't even find the other bags now because I guess they mysteriously disappeared. Who knows? Right? Kipper snacks. When I started buying Kipper snacks, I could buy different kinds. Seriously. Like lemon cracked pepper, like lemon pepper, lemon and cracked pepper I could buy. I don't know. I avoid anything with tomato, right? There was a few different kinds that I could buy. Now it's just basically limited down to 2. Kipper snacks with soy oil, which has more calorie count and a bit more vitamins and nutrients, that type of thing, because of the soy oil, or Kipper snacks with water. That's it. That's what I mean. Things are slowly but surely disappearing. But they're holding their price, and the only reason I've been stocking up on them is, 1, it's you know, food prep. 2, at $1.99 a can, it's affordable. And 3, I get my PC points. So for every 1,000 points, I get $1 back, which is a small savings. But when you're spending $80 on Kipper snacks, you know, that's when it starts to kind of pay off, right? See, then you get $8 back here, another $8 back there. By the time you're done, you saved yourself maybe $50, but you've got a whole stack of Kipper snacks. And I'm glad that Amari doesn't mind them, because I'm going to be introducing that into his diet once a week anyway, for sure. And then, of course, we've got the canned salmon, whether in a can that you buy in a store or whether I canned it. And if you want, you can go as, oh yeah, like even the fish, the salmon, the frozen pink salmon, they were selling it at $3 a pound. Now it's at $3.50 a pound. So they raised the salmon by 50 cents, and they raised the potatoes by $2 a bag. Ah, for that particular bag. Right, in terms of 20 pounds of red imperfect potatoes. And then you go from product to product to product, and milk goes up. Well, not so much milk. Milk doesn't, it pretty much stays at $5.98 a gallon, right? But your butters go up, your eggs definitely go up, little here, little there. Meat obviously is a big one unless you buy it on sale. And even then, last year, the pork that I bought was $2.99 a pound. This year it's $3.99 a pound. So that lard that I'm making, as I'm processing these spare ribs, I'm gonna come in handy, maybe, huh? Don't you think? Might, because this shit that's going on with I'm just gonna put the link in to the description, I think, with this video. Only this video won't be done for a little while because, you know, I still have to can everything, blah, blah, blah. I don't know, maybe I should do it in 2 parts or 1 part. I'm kind of tired. I'm getting tired of doing videos, and I'm straining my eyes, and I just got to take it easy and just focus on what I need to do. I'm going to get into my wheat berries. I didn't know that emmer wheat is a farro wheat. Eneraco, or something, however you pronounce it, is a farro wheat, as well as spelt is a farro wheat. I didn't know that. So I actually have 3 different types of farro wheats in the house. So I have a selection. To you can make a protein, like a whey protein with farro wheat. I guess you have the choice of 3 types of wheats that are farro wheat to do that. But those containers I was talking about, I'm definitely going to cook up some wheat and start incorporating that into the diet because it's high in calories, high in nutrients, and it's a great way to supplement your meals. Yeah. Yeah. So no regrets with the food prep. I'm just getting tired of it. Because now I'm at the point where I'm worried, really worried for the future at the rate corporations are manipulating the population. Whether private corporations, like property owners, that type of thing, or the larger corporations that are running the apartment buildings and the grocery stores and insurance companies and those kind of things. It's like one big conspiracy against those below a certain income level. Yeah, it's beyond regulating an economy, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So maybe we have to prepare more for war, maybe. Okay, so I'm taking a detour here for now because we still gonna cook that, right? Right up until 5, 6 o'clock tonight anyway. And then the broth goes into the fridge for the night. And then tomorrow I'll deal with canning that with the pork. Okay. So in the meantime, that is Swiss chard and a little bit of red pepper that, not pepper, but you know, bell peppers that I had, okay? And it was red Swiss chard and green Swiss chard. 2 or 3 bunches. You don't get much. And they're like, oh, $4, $5 a bunch. $4.99. Yeah, like it's so expensive. So anyway, I'm going to grind this up and I'm going to make a powder. We have the parsley already powdered up and done. Right? Because I'm going to use this for something. Now the parsley, you can kind of see where how much I got of the parsley. That's stems and all, right? And I just basically busted those up with my hands. I could put them in a blender, but for now, we're just going to leave them like that. But this I'm going to put into a blender, and I'm going to blend it up in a blender to make it more like a powder. And I'm going to fill up another jar. Same kind of jar, right? And then in my travels as I go, and I have more time, because that won't fill up a whole jar, I'll probably do this again. And I will either use it for making gravies, or sprinkling into Amari's food, or who knows. Hold on a minute. Oh, yes. And because I'm dehydrating carrots, parsnips, all this other crap. You know, like, you're peeling, eh? You know, you're peeling. And you got, like, a big bag of peels. And you're just throwing away money. So, this time around, now I don't go out of my way to make vegetable stock. Okay, there's really no calories in vegetables in general. Very little. Corn is a little more because it's corn, right? But outside of that, and in terms of minerals and nutrients and all that, obviously, yes. Now, how much is in the peel and will leach out into a liquid, into a stock, I don't know. I'm trying to Google it, and I'm not getting a lot of information. And so anyway, this is the way I'm going to do it. This is the detour. Because I have carrots. I'm going to peel carrots because my I had a choice of either doing mashed potatoes, because I ordered 2 more bags at $8 a bag, quote unquote, on sale now. And if I get them next week, they'll be $11 a bag. So do you see how the price went up on $2 per bag? Yeah. So okay. So I've got the potatoes coming and they can wait. I've got a few there that can wait. And so I've got a whole bunch of carrots already in the house from whenever. Plus I've got the 2 that Walmart just delivered. But I'm going to work with the ones in the fridge. And I've got 1 bag of parsnips in the fridge that I'm going to peel. The carrots I'm going to peel. I'm going to shred by hand. And what I'm going to do is I'm cutting off the ends and the tops. I don't think I'm going to use the tops in my stock. I'm going to, and I'll have Andre, I'm going to wash the carrots first. Shh. with a scrub brush. And then I'll cut off the ends. And then Andre can look at the carrots, because he can see better than me, right? For any blemishes that maybe I missed. Peel them off, like with a knife. Cut them off with a knife. And then I'm going to peel them. And those are the peels that I'm going to use in a roasting pan. Okay, that's how I'm going to make my stock. In a roasting pan. So that will be carrot peels, the 1 bag of parsnip peels that I will get from, and parsnip is a very kind of a strong taste, so you know, you don't want it to be overwhelmed, unless of course that's the taste that you want. Now I did order 2 more bags of parsnips, but that's coming tomorrow, so I'm not too worried about it because I want to get this in the oven tonight. I don't know about leaving it in the oven on, I suppose maybe I could. This is just an experiment. You know, I could let it seep for the night at like 250. It might work. I'm looking for the jar of parsnips. I don't see them. I already lost them. Oh joy. Oh joy. Oh joy. Parsnips. No, that's parsley. That's an empty jar. I don't know. I don't see them. How come I don't see them here? What did I do? I'm already losing jars and I haven't even started. Ain't that something? Okay, so either or. I'm sure I'll find it. I don't know where it is. So I'll have Andre look at them. We'll cut off any blemishes that I may have missed before I start peeling. And I'm going to put in this roasting pan carrot peels, the 1 bag of parsnips that I got, assuming that they're fine. If not, I can always do it tomorrow, right? Because I've got parsnips coming in tomorrow, right? So those would be nice and fresh, eh? Either or, it doesn't matter. I'm going to throw in a couple of onions as like whole, right? Cut them in half or whatever. I've got sweet onions, so I kind of like those when they're dehydrated, so maybe I'll throw in 2 of those. And I've got some celery that's been sitting around forever, so I'll go through that, and I'm going to put the nice pieces in there, right? As if you were, right? Some garlic, maybe a couple of bay leaves. They say thyme. I don't know. I don't want to be looking around for thyme. I have it. I have it growing in my yard. It's around, but I have to reorganize it, right? Whatever. And I could throw in a couple of potatoes. I could, just for the potato flavor, right? Maybe. And that's basically it, I guess, because that's what I'm working with, right? Oh, yes. And the asparagus that I just peeled. Now, the last time I did the 4 asparagus that I got from Walmart, I didn't bother to peel them. What I did was I cut them where they get stringy, and when I blanched them, I just cooked them longer. That's all I did. The tops, I blanched them for less than a minute. And then the bottom half of it, whatever, where it's stringy, I gave it a little more boil. And then by the time I took them out, I put it in my mouth, it was palatable. So by the time, in terms, I could chew it a bit, right? Wasn't that problematic. Now, mind you, these were a little thinner than the thick ones, but even still, when you grind it up in the blender, it, like, where's my asparagus? Andre, are you running off with my jars? I'm missing 2 jars here. I don't see them.
No.
Well, what happened to them?
No.
My asparagus is missing, and my parsnips is missing. Go figure. Where are they? I'll find them. Okay, and then after that, I'm just going to put them in the roasting pan. I have bigger ones than this if I decide to do this again. Just with a little bit of water to start, right? Okay, maybe I don't know, just to get it started, right? And I'll probably start them at 350. I don't know. I'm just going on my on I don't know, my gut maybe here. So I'll probably start them on 350 with about this much water, and then perhaps it may brown, and I'm not going to stir them around too much, just a little bit, because they're going to, as soon as the heat hits them, they're going to start to shrivel, right? And then just let it seep for a while and cook for a little while before I add more water, right? Because, you know, and then I'm going to just add more water at some point and just, yeah, cook it at 350. I think so. Maybe 350 would be better with the lid on. At first I won't, though. I'll leave the lid off. If I had peppers, I'd put the peppers in, but I don't. Okay, so then what happens after that, when I go to strain it, because everything that went into the roasting pan is in good shape, in terms of no blemishes, none of that crap, right? Nicely washed. It's all gonna just, I'm just gonna, honestly people, I'm gonna strain it, and I'm gonna blend it up, and I'm gonna dehydrate it, and then I'm gonna powder it up. And then this way you're not throwing out $6 worth of carrots or whatever via through the peels. I don't care so much about the carrot tops and the ends of the carrots, because I mean, if you can salvage as much as you can, at some point something's going to have to go into the compost, right, or garbage or whatever. But for the majority of it, I think this would be a good way to not only maybe get a vegetable stock, to which I don't know exactly what I'd use it for, but I'm sure I'll figure it out, and because I don't use it, but definitely the vegetable powder, the Mod Podge vegetable powder that you could blend into gravy mixes, you know, soups, whatever, really. I could use it for Amari in terms of a tablespoon at a time mixed in with his potatoes, and just have to rehydrate. I don't know. It depends. It depends on how it comes out tasting. The point is that it will be good food. It's just not traditionally the way it's being normally served to you, as in terms of nobody really serves you carrot peels, quote unquote, as they do the carrot, right? You know what I'm saying? But if the carrot peels have been washed really good and there are no blemishes, and it's, you know, you pre-cooked them and everything, and then went out of your way to dehydrate them and turn them into a powder, then, you know, you can use that as a vegetable soup base for a cream soup of some kind, whether you use your vegetable stock or not. And in this way, you're not throwing out, because when you start doing stuff like this in bulk, like my compost bucket is quite large, right? And I'm peeling parsnip, peeling. It's not even long, you know, 4 bags of parsnips and a couple of bags of carrots, and that whole bucket is full. It's full of peels. And I'm like, holy shit, that's like 2 bags of vegetables out the door. Just throw away money. I think this might be a better way to alleviate that stress that comes from it, right? And because it's in powder form, it's easier to store, right? You get more. That's the parsley. You get more into the jar than if you were to can it in quart size in terms of the vegetable stock. So not only do you get the vegetable stock, but you also get the powder. Now, I read that, you know, people like to put a little bit of oil before they start this shit. Before they start this stuff, right? I'm not going to put oil into this at all because I'm canning it. And I guess vegetable stock is 35 minutes in a quart-sized jar, which that's what I would do. Whatever, how, I don't care if it's 2 quarts, 3 quarts, 4 quarts. Whatever liquid I get out of this from doing what I'm doing, I'm going to can them into mainly quart-sized jar, and if need be, one size, 1 pint, right? And then, again, the vegetables will be strained, and then after that, you could even put them in a cheesecloth for a little bit, right? Just a little bit into a cheesecloth, and just slightly strain them out. Don't strain out all the juice, because you'll strain out the flavor, right? Like you do when you do the plums or the apples. You strain away the juice and you strain away the flavor, but you can strain it out a little bit, right? And then you retain some of that flavor right in with those vegetables, Mod Podge or whatever, and put it into the dehydrator and dehydrate it so that when you reconstitute, there will still be some flavor to the vegetables as well as nutrients to one degree or another, but very few calories, because vegetables in general do not hold a lot of calories. But don't use oil, because if you unless of course you're going to throw your vegetable stock into the freezer for later use, that's different. You can use oil, but if you're going to can it, like I'm going to can it, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Like I don't know. I think you should just avoid the oil altogether. So that's what I'm going to do as a little detour. As I look for my 2 jars that are missing, I don't know where they are. I'm sure I'll find them though. So hold on a minute. Okay, first thing, you see better than me. Alright, we got 3 different stages of carrots going in here in terms of what I've been having around, kicking around the house. Okay, whatever I just bought is in the fridge now with another bag of something like this. Okay, these I bought quite a while ago. Right? I don't know. Anyway, I'm debating whether I should do that one yet, because I'm shredding these and they're going in the dehydrator. So what I did is I cut off all the ends. I haven't peeled them yet. You can see. People normally cook this stuff up, but I don't want to. First of all, I can't see very well. Right? Now I could put those in water, a little bit of dirt, and let them grow and start growing carrot tops, which maybe I might do. Yeah, maybe I'll try that. Because you can eat carrot tops. Okay. Why not? I will play with that maybe. So, anyway, you can see what I've done. Now, before I peel them though, because we know what we're going to do with the peels, right? We're going to grind them up and make a powder with them with whatever else vegetables that I'm putting into the roasting pan. And I've already come to the conclusion that I need a larger roasting pan, but for now we'll work with what we have. So, now that I've done that, and I've basically washed everything, I have a little brush. I don't know where it is. I can't see it now. Somewhere in here. It's a little scrub brush, like nail brush. Oh my god. Now these ones here were in Auntie Shemay's fridge, and we're starting to, you know how carrots will start to go on you, right? But I cleaned them up, whatever, and I managed to salvage some. These ones are really nice. Look how nice that is. And then we've got these ones. So we got 3 different kinds of carrots here. Plus we still have those ones. And then when I did an order for for peppers, I didn't get peppers, but I got these things. Now I never buy these things, so I'm not sure what I'm going to do with these things yet. Alright, so hold on a minute. Okay. Andre helped me to find it. Remember that chicken head on that chicken? I didn't see that. He helped me find this. This is a nail brush. That's what I'm using to just give these carrots. I'm talking on the video.
Oh.
Yeah. There's no chicken heads in here. I'm the only chicken head.
Yeah, that traumatized me.
Yeah, right.
It did.
Not as much as it traumatized me. Anyway, just give it because this is what you're going to grind up, right? With the rest of the vegetable or whatever you're going to put into your roasting pan. Okay? And, I just went off recently, and I stocked up on, because I want to make my own gravy mixes and whatnot, right? And I want different flavors. And you can't buy in bulk like you used to, so you kind of have to make your own, right? So, you get these little teeny weeny round things, not to mention bouillon cubes and stuff, right? I stocked up on them, but this kind of stuff you could use, depending on how you put this all together, and it comes out after you grind it up, what it tastes like. It's probably what you're paying $4 for a little teeny weeny container for, right? So, if you can save yourself $4 times 5, right? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's like $20. It all starts to add up, right? And seriously, you could go as far as trying to grow those carrot tops and capitalize on those carrot greens, because that has nutrients too. And maybe what I'll do is I'll put some of those carrot tops where I had that yam growing, because that's not doing anything. Either or, I did buy dirt, and, because some of these carrots have been sitting in my fridge for a while, so they'd love to go into the dirt, I suppose. I don't know. But that's not the priority right now. So, if you get into a routine, though, and you know what you're doing, and you're like, come on, this powder that I'm making could make a nice cream vegetable soup, for that matter. Especially if, obviously there's going to be more carrot peels than anything else, right? Because I still have a couple of more bags. Now, I have a food processor up there, but I don't know where all the parts are for it. And I have an old school one from way back in the day on the porch, but I'm sure it's been rained on, so I can't use it. So everything that I do here, I have to do by hand. You can hear it. Andre, I had him come in and look at the carrots to make sure they had no blemishes on them, right? So I could cut them off. And he stuck his hand in the water. He goes, oh no, that's so cold. Ooh. And I'm like, yeah, well, welcome to Nana's world. This is what you're going to have to learn how to do, because, it's just going to come a day I won't be able to do it. So I told him the next time I make juice, which won't be for a couple of months anyway, I just added onto my order that juice for Amari, right? And, it doesn't take long before you spend over $300. It's nothing. And this month, honestly, I couldn't even really afford it, but I did it anyway. So now I'm cutting back on bills just to cover what I bought today in terms of... Now, mind you, I did buy a little extra on the sardines, right? The kipper snaps. But Amari likes it, so, and Andre ate it. So I'm happy with that, so no regrets. And that juice, it was like, I don't know, almost $60. 4 jars organic, 2 or 3 non-organic. So yeah, almost $60. And I'm gonna have to now, I have to budget that in every month, right? Give or take. And then in a couple of months after this is all said and done, and I got which means I'll still be buying juice, right? But when I get my hanging rack up, and I get caught up with a few other little things, then yeah, Andre's going to be making the next batch of juice. He's going to start learning how to make juice. And his hands will be in the water, not mine. So, it's not that hard, people. So it's nice and clean. So when you go to grind it up, you can feel good about it. Right? I watch sometimes these people, they throw in, I don't know, I would never do it. I'm just saying. This I don't mind. This I can get with. Now I have 1 bag of parsnips here. I don't know exactly what the state will be. I'm hoping it will be good, though, because I think 1 bag for that flavor will be really, really good. And then I'm going to get into a container that I got celery, and it's either going to be good or it's not. You know, because it's been there for a while. And, you know, it depends on the vegetables, too. Sometimes you buy them and they don't last very long. Other times you buy them and you forget about them and you go back, and I have it in a special kind of container, and last time I looked they were fine, but I get busy and then I get tired and then I forget about them. This is where I'm trying to alleviate some of this stress, right, and wastage, you know, especially in this day and age. So it should be interesting to see how it all ends up turning out in the end when it's these peels and everything is finally dehydrated and ground up into powder and then tasted. Yeah. But you have to do it, right? If you don't do it, you get nothing out of it. Now, Andre wanted to have a carrot and chomp on it, but I told him no, he couldn't, because, you know, I don't know if any of these carrots are infested with E. coli. Some of them I've had around for a couple of months, like these ones here. More than a couple of months. Downstairs in Auntie Shemai's fridge, I'd keep asking Andre, do those carrots look downstairs okay? He goes, yeah. Finally, I said, bring them up. I'm getting kind of suspicious about that. And sure enough, no, they were starting to spoil in the bag. But I managed to salvage some of them. Other ones I bought, well, I don't know, 3-4 weeks ago maybe. And then just recently, right? So it's a hit and miss. You don't know at this point. So I told him no, not this time. Maybe next time. But when you process them, you don't have to worry. Just keep your fingers out of your mouth as you normally would with other things. You don't stick your dirty fingers in when you're working with meat. You know. Right? Unless, of course, maybe you're one of those lizard people or something. Maybe then I could see it. Taste for blood, right? And then obviously clean up after yourself when you're done doing whatever it is that you're doing. And now I have to shred these by hand. And my fingers are, yesterday, was it yesterday? Yeah. Yesterday when I was cutting the meat, oh boy. I was cutting instead of cutting this part of my finger, I was cutting that part of my finger, on both sides. This one and that one. Like my knuckles. Just, so I got all these little cuts on my hands. It's driving me nuts. Yeah. But the ones on my thumbs that were deeper into the flesh, they're not so bad now. They're a little better. It's just back to life. If I had a bigger kitchen, I'd use a food processor to shred these, but it's up there and I don't know where all its parts are, and I have no counter space, so I have to do it all by hand. But that's okay. It goes fast. So I have to peel them. The peels are going in the roasting pan. Now I'm on a mission to find my bigger roasting pan, keep it handy. So in a month or two from now, when I want to do this again, because I'm using my carrot powder or whatever powders I got going, because, you know, I'm going to try and use these, right? That's the whole point. Right. Cream carrot soup. Sounds good to me. With a few other little vegetables mixed in with it. Sounds good to me. If you're making gravy mixes, you want carrots in there. Carrot powder, right? Not only for the color, but for the flavor too, right? So, I have, I think, 12 trays. So I still might be able to do, I'm going to do that 1 bag of parsley. Because I want the peels for this. So keep that in mind. You don't want to, you know, Depends on the flavor of the stock, I suppose you want. I suppose it also depends on the flavor of the powder that you want. Obviously, this is going to taste more like carrot. Although parsley is strong, parsnip is a strong vegetable, and it will probably accent this very nice. Alright. So we just got 2 more carrots, 3 more carrots. I know, my videos are boring. Whatever. My grandkids can look back on it. Remember their Nana. Yeah. My grandkids will love to watch them at one point. They'll be upset that Auntie Shmay got murdered and never got no justice, so on and so on, but at least it will bring awareness to them, assuming that they'll even have a quality of life afforded to them the way things are going. Like I said, I feel so sorry for young people these days. I see all my little Shmays on the internet, all in panic mode, working hard, studied, you know, and their lives are falling apart before they even start. It's so sad. Yeah. Can't afford rents because property owners are out of control. Alright. So got that. I still may try and plant a few of those carrot tops just for the sake of it. Why not? And then we still have another bag here and a couple more bags in the fridge. But I'm not worried about that. I do want this because I want the parsnip skin in this broth. I will put celery, I will put onion, I will put garlic. That will all get grounded up together after the fact of it being done. These have been there for a little while in the fridge. They're not in bad shape. Where am I? Here we go. They're not in bad shape considering all things said. They've been in there for a while anyway, a month maybe. They're still holding up their shape, so that's good. So as long as you wash them good. See, I'd never make broth when it looks like that. No, 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 no. People do though. I don't know why they do it, but they do. So before I cut into them, on this kind of stuff, I give them a quick rinse. You know, because they've been sitting in the bag for a while, right? And then I cut. Then I'll scrub. And then I'll peel. And we know what we're going to do with the peels. If I was to make vegetable broth, this is how I would do it. And from this point forward, see? No. Where am I? Right? So that's easy enough to take care of. Not bad. Check that out. Okay, so before I do those, I am going to put them in here, and I'm going to work with the carrots first, right? Because they're ready to go. So I'm going to peel them. Put the peels in the roasting pan. I'm going to shred them. I'm going to get them into the dehydrator trays. And then I'm going to get into the parsnips. Right? Do the same thing. I'm going to do sweet onion with this. Some celery. Some garlic. And the asparagus. I can't forget the asparagus peels. Hold on a minute. Okay, so talk about a detour here. So we're going on 5 o'clock now. So this has been going on for 24 hours almost, right? So within the hour, I'm going to turn it off and then let it cool. And yeah, So, in the meantime, here are the carrot peels. Okay, you can see that. This is celery that I had. It's kind of old, but whatever, it's okay. This is fine. See? This is the parsnip, only 1 bag. I got 2 more bags coming tomorrow. I still have 2 bags of carrots. So I'm going to do this again. I'm just saying. Here's a bit of parsley. Okay? So I'm going to put that in there. I have some bok choy, or baby bok choy. So I'll chop those up. Because I'm going to mix this all around, right? What else is in here? Oh yeah. So we got some baby bok choy. You can see that, right? All nicely cleaned. Here's those asparagus peels. Now eventually this is all going to be mixed up, right? And then I'm going to fill it up with water, right? Now as it heats up, it might start to swell. So that's what I mean. Like I need a bigger roasting pan, but I don't want to dig for it right now. It's too much work. Here we got sweet onion, which has a fairly strong bite. I'm only putting one about this size in. This is, what do they call these radishes? You know these radishes. It's been in my fridge for quite a while, but it's still good. So I've got a little bit of that. So this radish will go the next time I do this, which will be in a couple, 2-3 days. Because I'm going to be canning this tomorrow. More than likely this. I'm also going to put some garlic in there. Now that's a whole bulb. Alright? So as I'm mixing, I'm going to be cutting them up into smaller pieces and mixing it all in nicely. I know why I don't have my parsnips and my carrots, because they're in the quart size, eh? And I put those away just off my little teeny weeny workspace. This is recording, right? Yeah. Okay. And then we have a miscellaneous little piece of tomato. Plus we've got another tomato here. Right? So I'm going to do that anyway for sure. And I got more tomatoes coming tomorrow. So I have another tomato over there if I want. Now, this is all fresh, good stuff, right? In terms of, I'm making it really good. Because we know that after I'm done doing this, and honestly, I wouldn't fill up the water too fast, too high in the beginning, because as things start to heat up, now I'm going to do this on 250, I'm going to start it on 275. I want to just start it with a slow seep, because one, it buys me time, right? Because, you know, I'm busy and I got to do other things, and I got the carrot and the parsnips shredded, so I'm going to put them in the dehydrator. But the carrots that came from Shimei's fridge, I haven't shredded them yet, and when I do, honestly, I would feel more comfortable if I gave them a quick blanch. Only because they weren't in quote-unquote optimum condition, right? So I'd like to just blanch those ones. And when it gets all blended up and everything, it's still going to be fine, eh? So, now, this here, because I'm making homemade gravy mixes, right? This little thing, whether it's beef or chicken or vegetable broth, $4 at Walmart. Pretty much the same price at Canadian Superstore. And you know the price is going to go up within the year. I'm just saying. The little cubes, you know, shrinkflation, you used to get more grammage for less money. Now you pay more money. You used to get more grammage for less money. Now you get less grammage for more money. And I don't even really like them, per se, because I found them to be gummy. And I bought a fair amount of them. So I'm almost tempted to, after this is all said and done, seriously, people, I'm thinking to maybe put them in the dehydrator. Let them dry out a little better. If they sit in the cupboard, they'll dry out over a period of time, right? And then, you know, they're hard to break, but that's okay, because you kind of want that, right? Either or, $4. We're going to see what my basically scraps is going to buy me, because these bok choys have been sitting in the fridge now for, oh God, a couple of weeks. So I'm just saying. Because I'm busy all the time, right? So, you know, I buy with good intent, but I don't always necessarily get to it right away. And because my kitchen is so small, everything gets limited. So, we're going to see how much because after it's all said and done, I'm going to strain it in a cheesecloth, but I'm not going to squeeze it out. I'm just going to put it in a colander with a cheesecloth and let it just drip out naturally for a little while anyway, right? To make it so that at some point I can take that and put it in my dehydrator, either on plastic trays, which I think I'm going to use the plastic trays, honestly, versus the silicone tray. One, because the plastic trays are wider and you get more on, and it's like the potatoes, the mashed potatoes. I found that the mashed potatoes dried better on the plastic trays than it did on the silicone. Yeah. So I'm going to dry this on the plastic trays. So first thing I'm doing is I'm mixing up the shredded stuff. The carrots, the parsnips, that little bit of celery that was in there, and now the oh my God, I'm going to need 2 roasting pans. This is full. I need my big ass roasting pan. So you know I'm on the hunt for that now. I just feel this is the better way to do it. And then you can do a slow seep on it. And you don't have to get all bent out of shape. Right? They say cook it for an hour and a half in a pot with water, but I don't want to do that. I want to, oh, here we go. I don't want that. I want a slow seep with it. So when you do this, make sure this is the way I'm doing it, make sure you mix it all up really good. Do it in bits and batches. Right? And start slow with it. And maybe not so much water, because you have to remember this is going to release water. Okay? That's where you're going to get your higher concentration of nutrients. So I'd only put not even an inch of water in this to start, and I'd start it with the lid on it, but I'd keep a good eye on it, because as this starts to heat up, it's going to release its juices just like that meat was releasing its juices. Okay? And I would recommend getting yourself a bigger roasting pan. This is for a medium-sized bird. And then my son wonders why I don't like to throw this stuff out. Because I don't, like in terms of my roasting pans. And, why do you need so many roasting pans? Well, I don't know. Why do I need so many pots? Because everything requires different things. And then we're going to just now sprinkle the onions with this, it's a Chinese radish or something like that, which I think is going to go really well with the parsnips. And I'm not putting too much in there to make it completely overwhelming. So we're just going to sprinkle that on top, right? And then, because after I'm done doing this, sprinkling everything on top, then I'm going to mix everything back in. And then we're just going to cut up these little bok choys, nice and fresh, even though they've been in my fridge for quite a while. Like I said, some vegetables, they hold up well. Others, maybe not so much. It depends, right? But this is all going to be good. And then when it's dehydrated, well, I'm going to have a vegetable powder now of some kind. I don't know what it's going to taste like. And I suppose I could put salt in this, just a little bit, which maybe I will do that. The salt will help to release the juices. Oh, here we go. The salt will help to release the juices, right? So we'll probably put a little bit of salt on my hands. I'll put it on my hands, right? Now we're going to cut up the parsley. I don't know what that is. Anyway, I wish I could see better, but I can't. Now, you don't want to put too much, right? Because, you know, parsley can get overwhelming, eh? But a little parsley is nice. I'm not putting any other spices in it because I think this is going to probably end up being pretty good. I'm hoping it is. I don't know. If I was to make vegetable broth, I would say this is how I would do it. And if I like it, then you know what I'm going to be doing. Right. So cut up that parsley into smaller little pieces so that when you mix it in, it kind of goes all over the place. Right? So just put it on top for now. Right? I like tomato because, I don't know, tomato just gives a nice little flavor. Right. And now we've got to do the garlic. That's a whole bulb. Right? Because this is a lot of vegetables, eh? Yeah. And then cut it into smaller little pieces. And then just put it on top. Right? Don't use the salt. I was thinking, oh, it'd be so nice to put that Seven Seas, seaweed in. But you'd be better off, don't do that because you're canning, right? Iodine doesn't do well in canning, apparently. So if you wanted to put that in after the fact of everything being dehydrated, that's when you would do that. Which I might do. Right? Because that's a better quality sea salt that actually has iodine in it. So if you're going to put any kind of salt in this, I wouldn't put hardly any, and I would use a pink sea salt, which I have a little bit there, and I'll show you how I'm going to do it. So there is no real rhyme or reason with this, because it's all going to get cooked up anyway, right? So we're just going to sprinkle that on top, so that when we stick our hands in there and start moving things around, it will be kind of somewhat distributed, right? Boy, that went pretty fast. Now we're going to cut up this tomato, right? Oh boy, I lost my little knife. I have a particular little knife that I really like. I don't know where it is. I'm always losing it. It's brown. Okay, I don't like that tomato. It was in the fridge. Anyway, we're going to do this tomato. And I might even do another tomato. Because I got tomatoes coming tomorrow. Because I want to make a salsa. Versus, well, some of this tomato is still okay. Trying to make my own salsa now. If you're unsure, all you have to, oh boy, when I was shredding those carrots, and you know when you get to the end, because you do them by hand, eh? And you eat it, right? Oh, I so wanted to eat it, man. I didn't eat them, though. I just kept on shredding them in light of what's going on. I'm just saying. Yeah. It's funny how you get into habits like that, eh? Sometimes it's easier just to add the yeah, it's okay. Add in, you know, you get, you know how it goes, right? You get into that habit. Because, you know, you're getting to the end and, you know, you're shredding your fingers. So it's easier just to eat the little nibby. Sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes it is. Right. And you have to remember, I keep long hours with this, people. I get up at 4 in the morning and I start moving around. I sleep for a few hours, whatever, it depends. Sometimes I crash and have to play catch up. Other times I sleep just for a little bit. So just into small little bits, right? This might be enough. I think I'm going to like this. And then after it strains out a little bit, you don't want to squeeze out the juice. Don't do that. Put it into your dehydrator tray, right, with the plastic bottom on it, you know, and after it's dehydrated, for sure, grind it all up. I bet you it will be really good. And then you can throw in your other seasonings if you want, like, what is that called? Thyme. I would do the 7 seaweed in it. Oh yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Okay, so we got, I think, you know, I could do one more tomato. Honestly, I could. Alright. I might do that. And then, I'll probably come back and do another tomato. And then, take your hands, and whatever you put up on top, just kind of move it around. That's the way I'm going to do it. Oh yeah. Just spread it around so it kind of marinates itself. Alright? Oh yeah, I was going to do some salt, wasn't I? This is when you want to do the salt. If you got cuts on your hand, suck it up, Buttercup. And I got lots of cuts on my hands because I've been working hard in the kitchen. So what I'm going to do is how I'm going to do it. You don't need a lot. Because you have to remember, vegetables have their own probably do that one more time. Just kind of rub it in as you go. Alright. So, section by section. Do that one more time. Probably 3 times. Section, section, section. And they're in larger chunks because I'm at the end of the bag here. So, right. And like I said, the salt will start to release the juices naturally. This is good. I can smell it. Oh my God. This might be very, very, oh my God. This is starting to smell really good. Andre says he likes the way the pork is smelling. Okay. So, I'd say altogether, not even 2 teaspoons. But, I don't know if that's my hair. No, that's onion. So there we go. Because you can always add salt later, right? And you don't want to overdo it. Oh man, this smells so good. Andre, come smell this. No, fast, before my camera blinks out. Tell me what you think of this smell. Smells good, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I know.
Is that for us to eat?
I'm making broth, yeah, and I'm making powder for cooking. Yeah, it smells really good. Okay, and then I push it down after the fact. Right? I push it down after the fact. And before you fill it up too high, because you don't want to overflow in your oven, okay, I'm just saying. Because things like to do that, you know. Right? I'd give it maybe, to start, maybe an inch of water on the bottom. So just move it off to the side here a little bit. I can't see it, but I can feel it. I'd stick my finger in there, and I'd feel it. Right? When it gets to about that high on my finger, then that's about all I do to start with. And then I'm going to preheat my oven now. Make sure there's nothing in there. I had to buy a light bulb for it. My oven light is off. And I'm going to start it at 275. I think so. Oh, shut up. Okay. Maybe 275. Or even 250 for that matter. I don't know, I'm going to do 270. I'm going to start it at 270. And I'm going to give it a bit of water.
Why? Why wouldn't thousands really? Why?
On. Start. There we go. Okay, so hold on a minute. Okay, so I don't know if you can see this, but I kind of made a moat around it. You know what a moat is, right? And I was pouring the water in here along the pan, right? Because you got that salt on the inside. So you want the salt to do its magic, you know, in terms of releasing the juices and everything, eh? And so that's right. And then use your finger if you can't see, because I can't see. And of course, the liquid is being sucked up, right? I can, you know, as you're pouring, it's being sucked up. So, but outside of that, you can always add more later. So you see, where's my wandering eye? There it is. See, I go like that. So we're at about an inch worth of water for me. So that's good. And then just push it back. Okay? That's the best, I would think. Because then this way you don't disturb that salt on the inside. Okay? And it's just going to naturally release the natural flavors of everything that's in here. And this is really good. And as the water releases, it's going to rise. And then, so I'm going to put the lid on this. Now this one here is going to go off very soon. And within the next 2 hours, that broth will be in the fridge with the pork that's on this video. Long video. This I'm going to save for the next batch, because I'm going to do this again, because I can't justify throwing out a big bag of beautiful carrot peels or parsnip peels. I'm just saying. And then I'll just use what I still have a bit of bok choy. I'd have carrots, parsley. I have still a little bit of parsnips. I'll have parsnips, carrots. I still have a bit of parsley. I have this. I still have a couple of bok choy, although you're not going to get a lot of flavor from that. I probably have 1 or 2 pieces. Yeah, actually, I always like celery, right? I still have celery in the fridge. Obviously, we've got an onion here. We've got the garlic, right? You know, so we can do this again. And it makes sense. And then, by all means, dehydrate it. And you can add in your little extra spices, whatever you want, after the fact of dehydrating the vegetables. Just remember not to squeeze out all the juice, because you'll remove the flavors from them. And make yourself some of this stuff. To save yourself some money. Or you can make what you make, grind it all up, open up this, mix it into what you made, and then it might even be better than what you made, because you've got the two of them. I mean, it depends on what you want. I don't even know what this tastes like. Let's taste it now. You know there's salt in it, more than likely. How do you open it? I don't know. See, I can't even see the pull tab. I'm curious to know what it tastes like. Here we go. And what's in it? is very, very powdery.
No. No.
Well,
No.
you know how they say they make food addictive?
How do you know what my test looks like?
They're very good at making food addictive
How do you know what my test looks
with their flavorings.
like? How do you know?
Definitely has salt. I don't know what they have in it, but when you eat chips and those kind of things, right? You know, there's always something in there that keeps you coming back. It's good. So, if mine isn't as good as I'd like it to be, I can take this and mix them all up together, and I've just, you know, just made it go further. That's right. You can't go wrong by mixing it in with what you do after the fact of dehydrating it. You might not have to, but you probably will have to add some salt and a few spices that you would like, right? But this reminds me of, like, if I was eating jalapeno chips, Miss Vicky, jalapeno chips, or, you know, some kind of processed food that keeps you, you know, they put something in it that keeps you keeps you going back buying it, because you get addicted to a particular, I don't want to call it a spice. It's, you know, it's just, yeah. But it's good. I mean, they're supposed to tell you what the ingredients are. I don't know. I tried to read these things. Sugar. Well, there you go. Corn syrup. There you go. Solids. Salt. Well, we knew that. Monosodium glutamate. I have some of that up there. Hydrolyzed corn and soya protein. Natural flavors. That could mean anything. Vegetable powder. Tomato, onion, carrot, garlic. Canola oil. Calcium, I think it says. Spices. Dried oregano. And then a preservative. And another preservative. And perhaps another preservative of some kind. The words I can't even pronounce. $4. Alright, so now I'm going to go put the lid on this, put it in the oven, keep an eye on it, right? I mean, hopefully, if you cover it, it should just, the juices should leach out, and the liquid should rise as the vegetables shrink, and then at some point you can just monitor it, right? If you want, you know, taste it after it's been cooking for a while. Don't try and dilute it too much. You know, it's not worth it, right? Because if you dilute it too much, you'll lose everything that you worked so hard for, right? If you think it can handle another, maybe add a cup in it at a time. I don't know. It depends how much liquid is released from the vegetables. So you have to wait and see, because where your flavors are going to come in from is through the various types of vegetables that you got in there. So, okay, we'll be back. All right. Well, November 22nd of 2022. 2024, November 22nd. This is quite the little quote-unquote food experiment here. Now, basically, it's been in the oven since yesterday, whenever I put it in. So it's been in there all night, right? And we're going on noon now. So it's been in there for a very long time, basically at 250. Now, some of the water has evaporated over that time. I did not add more, just because And I didn't taste it until I knew it was fully cooked because of the carrot situation. I'm just saying. But it's been in there well past its time, so I'm going to taste it right now. To which, because I didn't put a lot of salt in it, in my opinion, it needs salt. Actually, wait a minute. That's not true. I did taste it when I got up this morning at around 4 or 5 in the morning, and I didn't really like the taste. I found it to be very bland. Right? Now, I'm tasting. What am I tasting? I'm tasting a slight tinge of the parsnips. So when you're going to be using parsnips, make sure you don't do too much in terms of any type of parsnip, because it will overwhelm whatever it is you're trying to do here, right? Unless, of course, that's what you want. I'm finding that it tastes better now than it did at 4 in the morning, because it needed to cook more, right? Okay. I suppose now that Chinese radish would be another one that would be very overwhelming in terms of taste. So the next time I do this, I think I'm going to not put that in there. Right? Now keep in mind, I didn't, that is recording, right? Yeah. I didn't add no spices, nothing, nothing, right? That's not what I'm trying to do here. Okay? Maybe I might in the future, I don't know. So, we're just going to play with this, basically. Okay? Because our economy and what's happening to people. So the first thing I'm going to do is I got the cheesecloth in a strainer, right? And I'm going to take these vegetables and just put it in this strainer and just let it strain out, but I'm not going to squeeze out. I'm not going to squeeze out the juices. I'm just going to let them drain out. And once they're drained out, I'm going to lay them on my dehydrator plastic trays, because the carrots that I shredded yesterday and whatnot are almost dehydrated. That's why I kind of just wanted to leave it in the oven, because I don't have any room in my fridge for this stuff. So by the time this cools, my dehydrated carrots should be pretty much done. Plus I've got already a couple of trays available, because I was, flipping things around early this morning. So let this drain for a little while, and then I might have to do it in batches. I'm just going to let it drain naturally on its own. I'll get my dehydrator trays. After I hear it not draining, quote unquote, per se, I'm just going to lay them out on my flat plastic dehydrator trays. And I'm going to dehydrate them as is. And then after they're, Andre, quiet. After they're dehydrated, I'm going to try and turn them into a really, really fine powder. Like a really fine powder. Right? As fine as I can get. I'm almost thinking to cook up some potatoes. Mash them. Dehydrate them. I don't know if I'm going to use milk or not. I'm not too worried about it, because if I wanted to add milk to this powder mix that I'm making after the fact, I can always do it in powder form. But at least boil some potatoes. Andre, please, I'm thinking, boil some potatoes, mash them up with the potato water, right, and the starch. Dehydrate those. Grind them up really good. Blend them into this powder mix after it's all said and done, right? because it's going to change the flavor. It's going to mellow out maybe the parsnips and that Chinese radish. And just make it more mellow. I don't know. And then I got like miscellaneous spices all over the place, right? Because I did that, what, a couple years ago, all jarred up, this kind of spice, that kind of spice. They're just sitting over there, buried behind a bunch of books, so maybe I'll take the time to, after I get caught up with some other things, get in there and look at the different jars that I have, and, you know, just whatever, get up into this cupboard, and then I'll add spices, or maybe I'll take half of what I've got, because don't forget, I've got more, Andre, shut up, I've got more carrots coming today, and 2 bags of parsnips. Oh, wait, 2 bags of parsnips, and I've got carrots in my fridge. I don't think I bought more carrots. So either or, I'm going to be doing something, right? And I'll probably attempt to do this again. Just, it's an experiment. I'm just trying it out, right? I can guarantee you if you use 2 bags of parsnips with any amount of vegetables, it doesn't matter what it is, the parsnips will overtake your flavor. So maybe the parsnips should just be a handful and the rest should go in the dehydrator. I don't know. I'm just saying, right? I mean, you can just grind them up and put them in with the rest of your parsnips. You might be better off to do it that way versus trying to cook them up this way and just have a handful in versus a whole bunch, right? Either or, whatever carrots I've got, I can do this again with celery and onion. Next time I'm going to use just the normal yellow onion instead of a sweet onion, because a sweet onion has more of a stronger bite with it. So I would prefer more mellow. I'm looking for a certain kind of flavor that I didn't get. Let's just put it that way. So I'm going to experiment with this, but I'm not going to be wasteful, right? And I think that after it's all said and done and processed in terms of that making powder and adding either your own spices into it, and then, you know, and then you can add in your cornstarch and or your flour and your, you know, whatever you want to end up making like a gravy mix that's already pre-made. And in this situation, it would be like a quote-unquote vegetable mix, vegetable gravy mix. Or you could use that powder for like some sort of a cream soup of some kind that's, you know, it's basically carrots, but you throw in a couple of tablespoons of that just to add in extra fiber and whatever. I'm just saying. You're stretching that penny. Right? Because we're going into a war economy. One way or another, I don't think there's any disputes around it because whatever's happening doesn't seem to stop. And it's like you know, if you've gone through labor, you would know what labor pains are like and how they, you know, when it start off, you know, they stop and then they, you know, 5 minutes later they start again and then, you know, 6 hours go by and now you're down to 4 minutes and 12 hours go by and now you're down to 3 minutes and 37 hours go by and you're like you'd be lucky to get a breath in there. I'm just saying, right? Too many people are falling through the cracks, can't afford to keep up with the cost of living. Our governments aren't doing anything with the corruption within the housing market. It's almost like we're back into the 1500s in old England, where the landlords were taking advantage of their tenants, getting rich off of the tenants that they were exploiting, making them live in dire squalor, in terms of like... yeah, in the 15, 17, 16, when they had the workhouses and those types of things with the Irish potato famine, just the whole 9 yards. We're kind of like right back to that sort of mentality. And of course Andre, shut up. Of course certain ethnic groups are being targeted, right? In terms of like Caucasians is a big one. Right, because under that, race theory, I think they call it, or, you know, too many people running around with other ethnic heritages calling the race card, like the Punjabis out here, government's still practicing institutional racism against us. oh, white people are racist against us, when in fact that's not true, because even though they want to classify themselves as the minority, they are not. They are the majority who hold the majority of the wealth and within this province, as they are taking over neighborhood after neighborhood after neighborhood, building their monster homes, tearing down, affordable housing. Oh, that made me, just getting my histamines going here. So anyway, you can't afford to be throwing this stuff out. So you have to find a way to utilize it. Unless, of course, you're a crook. And you like to hurt people and use people just so that you can sustain yourself. And as you do that, accumulate even more wealth. Yeah. Because for some reason, it makes you prestigious in the world. So, I mean, I feel really sorry for the young people. And of course, we've got YouTube severely shadow banning my videos right now, which is not unusual for them. No. They want me to do a video where I'm just showing you the steps to make the broth and not talk about anything other than the broth and the steps to make that broth. Anything else in between, they don't want people talking about. No. Because they're in partnership with that corruption as they, participate in gang stalking techniques, the whole 9 yard. So let me do this. Hold on. Okay, I'm getting a real histamine thing going on in here. Nose is running. My chest right in here, very itchy because of what I'm doing here. Now, I just stuck some of this shit in my mouth. Guess what that is? That's an asparagus peel. Now, mind you, I didn't boil the crap out of it. But what this makes me think is after you grind it up, okay, I don't think that's all going to break up in a grinder, no matter how hard you try. After the fact of grinding it to the finest powder that you can get it to, I think you should sift it out. I do, so that you remove that. Okay? I'm just saying. Okay, so as you can see, it's very dark, right? And also, don't forget, I put a whole bulb of garlic in there. So the next time I do this, I'm going to do it the same kind of way, right? Just like I showed you, okay? Only I'm not going to put garlic, because we've already got garlic in here, right? I'm not going to use the Chinese radish, or whatever that's called. I'm not going to use that. And I'm not going to put a lot of parsnips in it. As a matter of fact, I might even just dehydrate the parsnips separate. Maybe I'll, like when I those carrots that I wanted to blanch before I the ones that were in Auntie Chemay's room that were starting to, you know how carrots can get, right? You salvage some and the rest goes, right? So those ones I want to shred, and I want to blanch them first before I dehydrate them, right? Where with the parsnips, I could use that same water and blanch the peels, okay? And then I would dehydrate them. But when I make the next broth, quote unquote, do like this, I think I'm not going to add garlic, because whatever I make is going to be added to this after the fact, right? And then no garlic, no parsnip peels, no Chinese radish. So it'd be carrot, and if I do an onion, it would be a yellow onion. Carrot, celery, yellow onion. Now, I could throw in some potatoes and do the potatoes right within the stock itself, just to see what we get. And then when I dehydrate everything, the potato will be already pretty much in like this, right? For the most part, I would think. Although what you're going to get, though, is you're going to get more starch in your broth. So I don't know about that, because the starch would pool to the bottom, eh? Where this is just straight up vegetable broth. You'd be better off to boil your potatoes, mash your potatoes, dehydrate your potatoes, and then add dehydrated potatoes into this after the fact that this has been dehydrated and grinded up and turned into powder. And then you can, you know, give or take for taste as you go, right? So before I can put this on the trays, I have to empty out these trays, so I'm just letting this cool. Grind this up, grind up the asparagus and that little bit of parsley, jar them up, get that out of the way, get those on the tray with the plastic, straight plastic trays for the dehydrator. This, as soon as I bring out the broth for the meat, okay, then this goes in the fridge temporarily, because, you know, I have to can this, right? You could freeze it, but I'm canning mine because that's just the way it's going to be. Let me taste it again. It's not ideal, but then it's not something that I ever really do. Parsnips. It's not bad. I'm so used to, you know, bone broths. That's what it is, right? I'm spoiled. I mean, if you're using it for cooking and frying vegetables and, you know, just as a base for a gravy, you know, that type of thing, and then add in your gravy mix, whatever you, okay, I'm just saying. I'm telling you, get yourself an old school granny blender. Their motors are good. I'm running this thing like an old workhorse. And it's because I'm trying to blend up that asparagus with this crap that's dehydrated. It's hard. Yeah. I'm wondering if I could be trying to use something else in terms of, like, maybe a Mari thing or something. I don't know. But this motor is not even getting hot, man. Like, I'm impressed. Yeah, you really have to run it with the asparagus, because that stuff is really hot. And then after the fact, when you're done, you might want to run it through some kind of a sieve or something. Yeah. Not even warm. Not even warm. Oh, I'm so impressed. Yeah. I'm just showing you, right? It's what you have to do for asparagus. If you add in the stalks at the bottom of the you know, thing, right? Motor's not even warm. Wow, I'm so impressed. I am so impressed. But if you're going to do this, look for asparagus on sale. This is when you want to do it. Ugh, and then you wonder what. You know what I'm saying? I used to do this with black walnut, eh? Oh, yeah.
Oh, I want to do that, man.
And then before you put it in your jar, you got to make sure it's what do you call it? Oh boy, I know I'm getting a good whiff of that. Let it cool down. You can always grind it up again. Yeah, second time around is a little better. I can feel it now. I can smell it too. Oh God. Those little things. Mmm. Yeah. As if you want to be throwing out asparagus ends, right? So be prepared to grind it a few times. Yeah. So in the meantime, we'll just be grateful for what we got. Now, this is the one that I peeled off, right? And you know what I'm saying? Now, mind you, I didn't boil that. That was just in the oven. Andre, shut up! That was just in the oven at 250. You know, still a little crunchy, but either or, it's good. So hold on. You know what I was just thinking here? I have beet powder that I bought way back in the day. I think it's quote-unquote organic beet powder from Organic Matters. Yeah. And ginger, ground ginger powder. Yeah. Assuming that it's still downstairs, that is. I have some beet powder up here in a jar, right? Don't know where it is, but I'm going to find it. And I'll put all this stuff, all the powders in pretty much one area, right? And, yeah. So this asparagus, I don't know. I'm going to try, I might try Amari's little blender just to see if I can blend it up a bit more. And I will more than likely run it through some kind of sieve of some sorts just to remove those bits and ends from the stock that maybe isn't grinding up as much as I'd like to. And even if you were to cook it, you'd have to cook it for quite a long time for, I would think. I don't know, I'd have to experiment to see how well it would, you know, soften up, eh? Because the last thing you want is that, because, you know, he wouldn't be able to cope with it. So, yeah. Okay, I don't know exactly what vegetables give off in terms of their dust. Like I said, I've done like thousands of walnut husks, grinding it up and opening it up with the dust flying all over the place, right? Going up my nose or whatever, into my eyes. It probably didn't help with the glaucoma. But besides that point, the asparagus, the carrots, as soon as I'm opening, even if it's not really dusty, because I let it sit for a minute, as soon as I open it, I get this woof of, I don't know, the histamines from it. It like burning my nose, making me all itchy, and oh my god, yeah, I'm just saying. So right now we're at I know we're supposed to be doing bone broth, right? This is the asparagus. You can see where the line is right now. Okay, but I'm still going to run this through a sieve and take out any larger pieces that are basically the stems. And I don't know what I'm going to do with them. I mean, I can eat them. I don't know how well they'd cook up for Amari. But being that this is basically for Amari, you know, you want to go that extra mile, right? To make sure it's nicely pureed, right? Okay. And, I mean, okay, so what did I pay for this? It was $72, I think. Between... First batch was $42. First batch was $42, 43, and the second one was 26. Oh my god. So what, 60, hold on a minute. Okay, people, I got some, I want to call it bad news. I was just talking to my neighbor who's been in her house for well over 20 years. Spends hours and hours and hours and hours and hours in her yard. It's immaculate. She's 74 years old, people. Okay? Anyway, the new owner of her house, a few years back, I don't know how many years back, but a few anyway. 3, 4, something like that, maybe 5, I don't know. A few years back. Multi-billionaire. He bought like 6, 7 properties all at one time. Boom. One guy. This is what we're dealing with. Well, the federal government investigates organized crime groups within the quote-unquote Punjabi Sikh community in Canada, to which somehow the Indian government is involved in all that. Don't ask me how that one's working out. Andre, shut up. Because, you know, they're so morally correct that they don't commit no fucking crimes around here, anywhere. Doesn't matter where they walk the planet. I mean, like, they're the epitome of godliness under their religious book, to which doesn't believe in a God. It's get what you can, live a good life while you can, die, and disappear. And I guess the only way you can be remembered is as to how much money you had before you died. And what you can give to your so-called family members to ensure that they continue to love you after they're dead. You're dead, that is. Okay. Being cynical here, people, because this dude comes out of nowhere, buys 6 or 7 houses in one pop. That's how rich he is. Specifically for property development, because we know that the city of Surrey, in partnership with the province and the federal government, are all in cahoots with each other with their housing schemes to launder money via through, you know, the underground economy with that illegal organ harvesting and yada yada, okay, and however else they do it with their fentanyl sales and God knows what else, casino, who knows. And I guess, I mean, he mentioned it to her a year or 2 years ago that, you know, he was going to build, do this, do that, whatever. Well, anyway, he's been pushing the paperwork forward within the city, and now there's a big sign up there talking about the rezoning and what they're going to build and blah blah blah. And she heard through some, like through mention, I guess he just mentioned it, that you got something like 6 months, right? She told me this day, and I'm like, 6 months? Like, what? Last time I spoke to you, like, you didn't mention anything about that. She said, didn't you see the sign? And I'm like, no, because I don't get out very much because of my eyes. And no, I wasn't even aware of that. Like, so what's going on? And she said, well, I don't know. I hear maybe in a year. I've heard from another tenant down the, you know, different house, right? Because they're all rentals. They're all rentals, people, right? You know, maybe 2 years. Nobody really knows because the guy's not really saying anything outside of, he mentioned that maybe she's only got 6 months left. And I'm like, 6 months? Like, you're 74 and where are you going? There's no housing, people. And her neighbors next to her, you know, like a house full of, like a woman, like whatever, has her adult kids living with her because, you know, they can't afford anything else. And the next house over is apparently welfare recipients with small children and babies, and they got no place to go once they get kicked out. And you just go from house to house to house, right? You're looking at 6 or 7 different families within these houses, okay? I mean, honestly, I should go from door to door and count the numbers that are going to be displaced from this particular situation that's going on just on this site, okay? Now, we know that they tore down, I know this is not, I'm behind on my game here, but this is so frightening because my landlady is 84 years old and she's on that vicious list of being a pit bull, right, ready to fucking eat you alive just so that she can, I don't know, what, flex her freaking muscles? Buy love to her family members so that she can go down in her, wherever they put their bodies. I don't know if they bury them. I don't even know what they do with their dead bodies for all I know. I don't know, people. Like, they don't even seem fucking human anymore. They don't. Because of the way they carry on. Like, we don't live in the 15th century. We don't live in the 17th century. We're not living through the potato famine with the Irish having to be sent off into fucking workhouses. Do or die. You know, starve. Just starve. The faster you can starve, the more I can have. Right? This is the mentality that we're dealing with these Punjabis. Chinese that participate in the housing market through the corruption to amass great wealth for just a few select above that caste system, right? And so anyway, that they're supposed to be building a building. This one over here with the old folks, I'm going to do another run on it, people. I'm going to do another run on it at night. right? 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock at night. Old people, 55 and older, are usually home at 7 o'clock at night, 8 o'clock at night, 9 o'clock at night. They're not in bed. They're not in an old folks' home. They're not 92 years old going to sleep at 7 o'clock at night. There should be more lights on in that building over there. There isn't. That building's been done for like 4 or 5 years. It's a ghost building. It still basically sits empty. Because I asked my neighbor, have you seen any lights on there lately? As far as in terms of there hasn't been any in all these years? She said no, still not that many lights. Yeah, because it's a fucking ghost building because they're laundering their money out here. Andre, shut up. Well, whatever they did over here at that duplex over the summer and tore it down, well, they messed up the something out here. Because the property that my neighbor lives on, now when it rains, she has over a foot and a half or so of water that just sits in her backyard and doesn't go anywhere. And she's been having this problem ever since they built this building, but since they did this place over here, it's gotten worse. Right? To the point where she had a sinkhole develop in her backyard, and she's got a big backyard, right, people? And beautiful backyard because she spent 20 years there pampering and brought up the property value, quote unquote, for all the yard work that she did over the years, right? So that the city can overinflate the property value for the houses that aren't being torn down at this point. At this point, right? It's like, it's a racket, I'm telling you. So anyway, a board came up. She was mowing her grass, whatever. She figured it out. Oh, where did this board come from? Long story short, I guess there's an old septic tank buried down into the ground because they used to have a farmhouse over there where the walnut trees used to be, right? So, you know, we're going back into the farm days, and it's coming up because of all this ripping up the grounds and over flooding the landscape with what these quote unquote property developers are doing. Yeah. So she's got sinkholes now developing in her backyard with water filling up like this up to a foot and a half. At one point there she had sewage smells, so did her neighbors, because of this septic tank shifting in the ground. As the tree roots are coming up and showing now on the surface, and we're talking fully grown trees that have been up for 40, 50 years, so they're, you know, if they fall, it's going to cause a lot of damage. Might kill somebody yet to boot. As you got the neighborhood terrorist, literally terrorizing 6 families, right? Anywhere from 3 to 8 people per family. And I need to go and find out how many are in these houses in terms of how many people are going to be displaced when this guy decides to do what he's going to do, right? Well, these ones over here, they're not building their building right now. No, instead, what they did is they made a parking lot. They turned it into a parking lot, I suppose, temporarily, while they're building that building that's over here, as the big fucking cement trucks that are outside my front door, 3, 4 in a row, grinding their shit as it's coming in through the walls and the cracks and the crannies of this house, shaking and rumbling the house, where I'm like where the hell is this grit coming from? Like, it's gross, man. And I've been in this house for a long time, people, right? And, oh my God, I feel so... She's 74 years old, people. You know, she got a little money from, I don't know where, but it's not very much. And when this all started for her a couple of years ago, you know, she put in applications to go into co-op housing or something like that, right? And she can't get it. There's too many people putting the same application in for the same place. And nothing's coming through for her. So what? Is she going to be homeless at 74 years old? Is that it? Well, my landlady, 84-year-old woman, is throwing out fucking blind women and disabled, severely disabled children, orphan children, out into the fucking cold, or summer, heat blaring, who knows, heat wave, snowstorm, doesn't matter, it's all the same. With absolutely no remorse, want to have convinced their kids that this is good fucking business? Business for who? This is savagery. Okay? This is what this is. There's nothing freaking civil about it. And then every day, I wake up thinking about my landlord, wondering how she's going to hurt me, people. Why? What the hell did I ever do to her and her family, who have more than anything that they could possibly fucking want? And then they come, oh, you got problems too. Yeah, I know you got problems. Everybody's got problems. But you're not facing fucking homelessness. You're facing, well, I don't have $2 million in the bank when I want $3 million. So therefore it becomes a problem because I need to make another fucking $1 million by any means necessary. Even if it means shaking Judy off the fucking rail, right? So that she falls and breaks her neck. In terms of that dream that I had with that young Punjabi man with his little black turban on, trying to shake the fucking shit, makes me fall, so I die. I guess he was doing the bidding of his mother. Is that it? Or was it his grandmother? Which one? Mrs. Gill is 84. Could be a brother, it could be a mother, it could be a son, it could be a fucking grandson, who knows? But clearly they're learning it from somebody. And it's just like watching those young people, you know, with these TikTok things talking on about, and I see all my little shmays. All my little shmays. On their deathbeds. Because of what our so-called elected politicians are doing in partnership with organized religion, which is one big organized criminal syndicate. Because they're trafficking human beings. Dead or alive. Basically. And I don't know, people. I don't know. It's sickening. It's freaking sickening. And every day I'm doing this and I get sick just thinking about my landlord, wondering how she's going to hurt me next. How she's really going to fucking stick it to me. Right? Because at the end of the day, do you honestly think she fucking cares once I'm gone and she can forget that I even existed with my family? No. No. She'll be on her deathbed plotting and scheming how she can cash in on another $100,000 before she finally kicks the bucket. Yeah. That's what we're fucking dealing with here. And then you multiply that by fucking, I don't know how many freaking Punjabis are on the mainland. Oh, we'll just say pretty damn close to 1 million of them. You multiply that by 1 million fucking Punjabis, what the hell do you think you're gonna get? When they own half the fucking province already. And there's 5.6 million people in this province. And if they own half the province, you know they own the politicians. Especially if they replace them with their robotoids or their clones or holograms. Who knows? When it comes to, you know, that kind of thing. Depending on where you run into them. It's terrible. So yeah, over the next little while, I'm going to see if I can fit that in. I'm going to go over there. I'm going to record randomly. I'll go at 6 o'clock at night when it's dark. We'll see how many lights are on. I'll go back at fucking 8 o'clock. We'll see how many lights are on. I'll go back at fucking 10 o'clock. We'll see how many lights are on. After 5 years of that building sitting there as it's flooding out the neighborhood, shifting the fucking ground, making the septic tanks that were buried 100 years ago coming up through the surface. As these people over here are plotting and scheming how to shake me out of the fucking house so that they can get rid of my ass. Dead is better in their mind because then I don't come back to bother them. Like with my landlady kicking me down the fucking mountain. These are literally nightmares that I'm having, people. Yeah. It's terrible. Like I'm shaking. I'm shaking for my landlord. I'm sorry. I'm shaking for my neighbor. I'm shaking for my neighbor because I wake up shaking every day because of my landlord and her family and her kind. Period. Because if it won't be her and her family, it will be the next ones like them. So I couldn't even move if I even wanted to, because chances are all I'm going to find is another fucking Punjabi that's going to be like, well, you got to give me $5,000 a month now, because if you notice, if you go on Craigslist, it's all the same, and, you know, since you can't afford that, get the fuck out of here, because you're just a fucking crackhead. You're white trash. Didn't you know that? Go look in the mirror. Maybe you'll wake up and smell the coffee. You have nobody to blame but yourself. You didn't work hard enough in your life. You made all the wrong choices. You don't have the right kind of religion. Your grandson doesn't have a right to eat good food. Just put him on the government supplement. That's how full I got so far with the carrots, to which whatever I got in the fridge should top it off almost to the point of being full. And yes, I will continue to do it off and on, here and there, as I go about my daily business. Look, it's stupid. Every day I live in fucking fear because of an 84-year-old woman and her family. After I gave my life for them so that they could even charge $3 million. Oh, I know, they're just charging $3 million for this house because they're waiting for the big fish property developer to buy up the 3 fucking houses like he bought the 6, 7 houses over there. Right? And we know he's ruthless because he's just kicking everybody out in one fucking pop. And he got a big fucking smile, a big grin on his face. Yeah, as he goes back to the temple. Yeah, and then says, well, I'm not a gangster. Hell no. It's just good business. Yeah, right. You're not a fucking gangster. These petty fucking gangsters want to be fucking popcorn pimps and petty fucking drug dealers and all in those kind. They don't know what fucking gangsterism is until they fucking live in a Punjabi community and have to fucking deal with them year after year after year after year. As a matter of fact, better yet, grow up with them and look back and see how they were back then. And then this way you won't be surprised to know what they are today. Because the signs were there back then. Well, I don't want to fix the house. You do it. It's an old broken down house. Who cares? I'm giving it to you cheap. Yeah, right. Let me just murder you in your fucking bed. Yeah. It's disgusting, people. It's completely disgusting. Okay, I'm just like shaking like a leaf here. Like, literally. Right? I told you, every morning I get up, I have panic attacks. From the time I get up, I feel sick because of what's going on. Because of fear. Yeah. Right? And I'm being pushed into a position where I have to either submit and give up what little blood, figuratively, that's left within my core being to the Punjabis. It wouldn't matter if it was my landlord and her family or another landlord with their family. It is, like I say, it goes from one to the other to the other to the other because they all go basically to the same temple. Because the temples are all interconnected. Right? That's why when they have their call out for the Vaisakhi parades, they all hop on airplanes and they go where the Vaisakhi, where the big one is. 1 year, I don't know, maybe 10 years ago, something like that, 8, 10, 11 years ago, they had one big call out for Surrey, British Columbia, Canada. They had Punjabis flying in from all over the world. They had 500,000 walking down King George from there to there, all the way down King George, up and down, all the way down, all the way up. On both sides of the road, they shut it off. It was one big Vaisakhi parade. Yeah, with a whole bunch of fucking Punjabis flying in from everywhere in the world, including India, to participate in that. That's what my landlady just went to at 84 years old in India. Yeah. I'm just saying. So, if they're going to go as far as do that, what does that tell you about the way they're going to treat their tenants? Pretty much all the same. Right? And, like, after all these years, like, this is not right. What's going on? And, like, I'm shaking in my boots every day, wondering how I'm going to be attacked. I know energy weapons go within my house. I know they go through my yard, right? Because I have it documented on camcord where you can actually fucking see them, because they go like this so fast. But when you slow down the frames, frame by frame by frame, you actually get to see it. Yeah. So, you know, maybe that's why I'm feeling so agitated. I could be shot up with fucking energy weapons, and I'm just being zap, zap, zap without even really realizing what the hell is going on. Because you know, gang stalking is gang stalking, people. Right? Targeting of a family is targeting of a family. Right? The more they can get rid of us, the more they can have. Right? And then they can control the ones that are left behind. And then put them on that fucking chopping block. And then call their numbers up when they fucking need body parts. And that's just the bottom freaking line. As they're milking every penny out of them. Because for some strange reason, we're living in fucking ancient times here. Right? Yeah. Yeah. So, I'm thinking, I'm not getting very much done here. So I think I'm going to break up this quote-unquote video into part 1, part 2, possibly part 3, right? Because clearly I'm doing multiple things here, and I'm talking about important issues, as you can tell. I guess it depends on what side of the fence you are. I mean, if you're all about good business and destroying lives, then obviously you wouldn't agree with me, right? Because that's not up your fucking alley in terms of being a decent human being. So, you know. And I'm like, well, what can you do, Judy? You can't do anything. You're helpless. You're in the same situation. You know, like, the only difference between me and some of these people who are losing their housing is that I'll fight to the bitter fucking end. I don't care, people. I've been homeless. I was fucking homeless when I was young. Okay? I've walked the street fucking homeless, not having no place to go. Right? And I'm not just talking for a freaking night here, okay? I'm just saying. So, you know, like, if that's what Canada has to offer, that's it, right? Unless, of course, you're born brown with a fucking grandmother that's willing to destroy lives just so that you can live. Like, what the fuck? Like, it's stupid, man. You know, it's just stupid. So, I'm like, okay, well, you do have a foundation. Because I always go to the default, start a class action lawsuit. The only thing is, I'm not very good at doing lawsuits, you know that. Plus, you're up against, it doesn't matter, billions of dollars. It doesn't matter what ministry you sue under. You're up against billions of dollars in corruption to protect the criminals before the people themselves will get justice. But, you know, like, if I was to make an effort to help somebody, I don't know how, including myself, the only way I could see it, really, people, is to try and put together a class action lawsuit. I wouldn't know how to do that outside of maybe what I can do is, one, get the story out. That's a big one. So I'm going to have to, in the next month, I give myself a month, to muster up the energy to go knock on people's doors and say, hi, I'm your neighbor. I heard that, I can see that sign is up, and, you know, I'm just wanting you to answer this little fucking survey because I do have a legitimate now foundation. The only problem is this is where the government roped me in with, well, you can't have a foundation if you're going to go against the government. So you got to do it for goodwill, because otherwise you'll be deemed a terrorist group. So, you know, of course, that's all I've ever been trying to do, is spread goodwill. All these years, but it doesn't mean anything, people, because I'm not, first of all, I don't fit in with the fucking crowd in terms of the color of my skin. I am the targeted group along with my kids. And then, of course, the Aboriginal people, the Canadian natives, the Indians, First Nation people, whatever. And anybody else in between that's poor. Right? I mean, I should try it. Put a little survey together, dig deep into the, into my soul. Type out a few things. See if anybody wants to answer it. See if anybody wants to leave their name and contact number so that they can let me know what happens to them when they do get evicted. And if they're still interested in perhaps joining a class action lawsuit, it might take a year or 2 or 3 to put it together, assuming that, right? Because I'm on a short stick by design, right? Because, it's either that or wait until I'm homeless, out on the streets, lost the grandkids. My son had a nervous fucking breakdown. Who knows? Maybe he gets targeted and Marina cashes in on a life insurance policy. Who fucking knows around here? Anything's possible. Right? I'm just saying. Because once she gets that, once he's dead, she's gone. Like, I don't even talk to that girl. So, like, I don't even know what the purpose of her existence is. Like, I wish I could have a relationship with her, but it just doesn't, it's not in the cards. It's not what she wants. That's not what she came here for. She's on a totally different fucking agenda. And I'm not a part of it. And neither are the kids. So, as I'm just, I have a full plate, right? So I can only do so much in a day. But once I get a handle on this, what I'm doing now, and I get into the paperwork, costumes or whatever, I really need to just compartmentalize. Make a compartment. You have a compartment of this in your life. You have a compartment of that, right? Right? I just need to add one more compartment where I'm working on a class action lawsuit in the event of there's enough people in a year or 2 or 3 or 4 from now, whether I can see or not, who can utilize what I worked on and sock it to them, whoever them is, in terms of the property developers, the city councils, depending, you don't know how far it's going to go in terms of from district, right? You just don't know, right? You don't know who's going to help you as you go about it. And the government. The government, people. Because it's the government that allows this to happen. They're polluting the fucking grounds out here because they're disrupting the ground so much, building inferior buildings that are flooding the surrounding area when it rains because, the building itself is inferior, as it sits empty basically for 5 years. As they're ripping up another fucking building, or like the house over here, to which my neighbor said that whatever was coming up on the grounds now didn't happen until they did that. So whatever they were doing disrupted the septic tank that's now coming to the surface and leaching out into the ground, which means that when it rains, it's going to get into the ground, it's going to spread. So it has the potential of spreading disease without you even knowing that you're coming into... Talk about E. coli? Huh? Hell, all you have to do is go outside your door in the city of fucking Surrey after it rains, and you might be swimming in it. I'm just saying, if a tree doesn't fall on you, because the roots are coming up from the fucking ground. As a landlord is, get out, get out, get out. We don't care where you go. Get out, because we're going to build another fucking building, because we're improving the neighborhood. This is where you have to disprove that they're improving the neighborhood, because they're not. They're destroying the neighborhood, and they are destroying human being lives. From young to old. Without any solutions, because they, the so-called developers, the owners to the developments, and their partner groups and friends, they think that whatever garbage that they flushed out into the streets, the government should clean it up. The government should fucking deal with it. So you have to sue the government. Yeah. Because they're not doing it. They're not cleaning up the garbage. They're just letting it lie on the ground until it can have an overkill of fentanyl. So the dirty cops can come in and say, oh, they did it to themselves. They were depressed. They couldn't afford their rent. They became suicidal. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Oh, my God. Yeah. My landlady and her kind, they expect the government to fix my problem. My problem that was created by greed. Yeah. You know, when Uncle John was medically kidnapped in 2015, I was outside like a dirty fucking shirt because for some reason this yard became my responsibility. As in 2024, or yeah, you know, when my landlady was crying on about, you don't pay enough rent, you know, the yard, I said, yard, it was full of fucking sand and gravel rocks. I like sand. I said, you like sand? Yeah, okay, a half a yard full of fucking sand. Whatever. Alright, so anyway, they took Uncle John in 2015, and then of course, the house started to implode, because I was left with the debt load, right? Because Uncle John couldn't do that, because, you know, his credit was limited, and even then he went bankrupt. Joan bankrupted him. Anyway, besides that point, after about 6 months, 8 months down into the game, or actually even before then, my landlords, they came inside and they stood right there, and my landlady was looking at the books, and she was telling me to start selling them off at $2 a book. And I'm like, why? Like, why? What does it matter to you whether I have books? And Mr. Gill was saying, shh, quiet, don't say nothing, just leave her alone. Don't, you know? Because in 2015, my landlady knew what the fuck was coming. You see, this is what I'm trying to tell you, people. Because, I mean, ever since I moved, well, no, that's not true. They didn't tell me that this place was up for property, quote-unquote, development until after I moved in, and they didn't want to fix things in a timely manner. Like the porch and whatever. And even then, they never really fixed the porch, right? Because it's being torn down. But that was after I moved in. They never told me that before I moved in. It was, take it now, we'll never raise the rent, stay as long as you want. And then I moved in, and then within a year or whatever it was, you know, wanted to do it with the porch. No, can't, see, won't allow it. You have to do it under code, and the house is going to be torn down because this whole area is all designated for property development. So I moved in 2010, so they knew by then even what the hell was going on. Because they're part of the problem, you see, this is the thing, right? And that's why in 2015 my landlady stood right there. I can imagine it because I was here. And she's looking at my books, and she's saying, why you sell them, get rid of them, $2 a book. Well, I mean, Uncle John just got medically kidnapped in the last 4 months. Like, come on, man, and you're telling me to sell my books? Why? Right? So, it was because she knew. Just like she came to me a few years later, and then in the last 4 years, well, you need to get rid of your stuff, make it easy on yourself, because you'll never have another house like this. Like, where's this coming from? Well, because she's part of it, people. She goes out of her way to make the problem so that she can profiteer off of it. And therefore, it becomes the government's responsibility to fucking correct her wrongs. So if that's the case, then yeah, maybe I am having to look at filing a lawsuit against, well, the provincial government for putting me in this position because they're not controlling the criminal activity within our society under that organized religion, which clearly is being investigated through the federal government and the Indian government, where prestigious, rich Sikhs, Punjabis, are being shot down in front of their fucking temples. The temple where I went with Wally, with my non-profit paperwork, with all those long-ass, white-bearded, turbaned, scowling at you, mean-mugging you, saying, go it, get out of here. We don't want nothing to do with you and your foundation because that's not what we're here for. Exactly. That's not what they're here for, people. So, I have to start working on it. Soon. Soon. And not be afraid. Not be afraid to put myself in the line of fire again, as if I'm not being shot at right now. Okay? I can't even get up without thinking about what the hell is going on, waiting for the next attack in terms of, you don't pay enough money, you this, and you. Go ask the government for help. Yeah, sure. You were plotting and scheming this shit before I even moved into this house. You were wanting me to sell off my shit in 2015 after Uncle... No wonder why you never stood up for Uncle John. Fighting for his rights. Right? In terms of a collective people kidnapping other people for profit. Because being that there's so many of them that work in the healthcare fucking system. Oh, here's your calcium pill, John. That Punjabi knew it wasn't a calcium pill. That was feeding it to him. No, it's an OxyContin to dope him up. So they were plotting and scheming behind his back. The Punjabi screechy freaking social worker with the British accent. Now, John, you're going to be into an you're going into what did she call that? Rehabilitation center for at least 2 months. And if you're not going there, you're going to your sister's by any means necessary. You're not going back home. As my landlady is standing here saying, look at those books, sell them. And he wasn't even gone for 4 fucking months. And she's still hounding me. Why? As if the government's gonna help. Sure! Did they help Sierra being homeless? No! Do they help all the other people out there? No! They give them fucking fentanyl and then they cover up murder! Like it's stupid. When I went to court with Andre for fighting for Andre 22 times in 15 fucking months, people. Who does that? I did. You like that, Mari? I hear you giggling. He likes it when I get reeled up. Yeah, okay. So anyway, you know, when I was going to take it to the Supreme Court with my little lawsuit, and it was getting close to that time, they didn't want that to happen. Then all of a sudden they're trying to cut me a fucking deal. My lawyer's saying take the deal because if you don't, you know, you're going to be another 6 months and you won't get them home. You know, you'll get this and whatever. I said, fine. You know, it's 15 months. The kids are like half dead already emotionally, like as if I want to, you know, right? So I did it. But so through that transition period, this is what I'm trying to say. Through that transition period of placing him into my home permanently with the right paperwork, where the judge felt satisfied that I was approved by the Ministry of Children and Family Development in terms of the criminal checks and the psychological and this, and if you had housing for them, if you could feed them, you know, all that shit, right? You have to answer all these questions. Anyway, long story short, because I was so busy in the yard with that whip on my back, I had to ask those freaking social workers. There was 2 of them. One was a gay male and another one was a woman. And 2 of them came to my fucking house, people, in my yard, and sat there and asked me the questions as I'm working in my landlord's yard. That's how much that whip was on my back. Because I said I can't do it. I gotta be in the fucking yard. Because if I don't, right? So they said, okay, don't worry, we'll come and we'll help you. So they came with the paperwork. They asked me the questions. We'd talk. They would write it down. Ask me the next question. We'd talk. They'd write it down. Fucking 50 fucking questions later. And one of those questions was, can you provide secure housing for your grandson before we give him to you? I said, well, yeah, because I'm here now. You can see what I'm doing. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing, right? Because, it's time sensitive. It's hard work. Little did I know. And they say I can stay as long as I want, right? There's no reason for me to leave at this point, right? As far as I know, it's long term. So, yeah, right? Point is, 2 of them were in the yard. One was with me up by the playhouse when I was putting that in the back because they ripped up the fucking front after I finished it. And the other one was over here by the hen house area. Up by the greenhouse. And I'm digging around in the fucking dirt. Answering social service questions that were going to court so I could prove that I could have my grandson in a safe environment. Oh. And my landlady and her family want to pull that up from underneath my fucking feet and throw our asses out onto the fucking street. And don't say otherwise, because if that wasn't true, there would be affordable housing. Because the only people who are corrupt around here are the landlords, the property owners, and the fucking property developers. With the crooked politicians cashing in on it on the side with their laundered money of dirty fucking blood money when it comes to illegal organ harvesting and the kickbacks related to it. As they pimp out vulnerable people out on the street after they kick them out until there's nothing left to use and abuse, and then they lure them off to their death and they murder them and they record it and then they capitalize off of that shit while the cops are covering it up as they participate in it as well. Get rid of your books. Why? You do realize Uncle John just got medically kidnapped and you want me to get rid of my books. How little did I know that within fucking 2015, we're going into 10 years ago. 10 years ago, she knew what she was going to do. Because she knew before I even moved in, but they failed to fucking tell me. They failed to fucking warn me. They made me think that I had a home. They made me think that I had security. They made me think that I had fucking safety. They made me think whatever it was with that happy lie. So I'd go outside and work and work and work. Work like a fucking man. Work like I was building a freaking fucking pyramid or something. Lifting the big boulders all by myself. Okay? Do you understand? So their property value could go up as they hold out for their $3 billion and terrorize me in the interim. Destroy my my grandchildren's futures. Not that Amari has one. That was destroyed at the time of his birth because of failed freaking healthcare workers that needed a statistic for their global study on cerebral palsy. Okay. I'm running short on time here. Big waste of fucking time all day. I still have some of these. I'm putting broth in these. And because I'm putting the meat in the wide mouth, there's not a lot of pork. I'll be lucky to get 2 jars. Seriously, 3 or 4 if I spread it out. So I should be able to do the broth, the meat, and this vegetable broth all under one roof in terms of one canning session. And then that's it. Unless, of course, I decide to make more broth. But I don't know. It'd have to be pretty damn tasting good broth before I'd go out of my way to can 2 jars, 3 jars of it. I'm just saying. Because when you're dehydrating like this, you know, you have a choice. Throw everything out in the garbage because your life is going out in the fucking garbage anyway. So what difference does it make? It can't happen fast enough for some people. Or you learn to process it like I'm trying to show you. Experiment with it until finally you find something that works. Because even if you're living in a fucking tent under a tree, I'm just saying, you're still gonna need food because you're still human. Okay, this battery is useless. Anyway, you can see what's going on here, right? That's okay. So what I'm going to do is I am going to degrease this with my fingers, and then after we're going to this is with the pork that was rendered in the oven. It was further to the back, so it's quite, and it's a lot. This is what I mean. I'm going to show you how to render it. Okay? After the fact. After we get it in the... after everything's done in the canner, we'll come back to this fat. So once I take it off, you can see what's happening here, right? I'm going to put it back in the fridge. And then I'm going to show you how to render it, if you don't know how. Take off the little bits of meat. Seriously, people, I wanted to keep this video in regards to the subject at hand here really generic. But it's kind of hard not to, though, you know? Especially when you hear, you know, I care about my neighbor, right? Because, you know, she's a nice woman. She doesn't deserve to be facing what she's facing. You know what I'm saying? 74 years old and being treated like white trash, even though she kept the property value up all those years by putting in tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of hours into the yard. Okay? And it's immaculate, people. You don't even see weeds in her grass. Okay? That's how nice it is. Right? And she decorates for the seasons in terms of putting up Christmas lights, and she does Halloween themes, and you know, she's really just, yeah. And it's a big, big, big yard. You go into the back and it's like a wonderland. You feel like you're in a park setting in a wonderland, you know, because she has her little ornaments, and she planted little trees, not to mention the trees that grow there. But as they're being killed off with all this water damage, as the property developers in the city are ripping up all the freaking piping and everything around here, you know, flooding us out little by little, if they're not polluting us out, right? You know what I'm saying? Scaring us out, threatening us out. I mean, I just... Right? I didn't know, because I don't go out very much, right? I order online. It's too hard for me to walk to the grocery store pushing a buggy there and back. You know, it was hard enough when I could see, and it's even harder when I can't see, because it's just, your brain is on overdrive. And I mean, clearly you can see what I've been doing, right? So it's not like I can go a walk to the grocery store and you walk back and deal with all that, and then I'm bagged for 2 days, right? You know what I'm saying? Just trying to catch up with my energy level from that walking. And so this is what you do if you want to save this fat, and then I'll show you later what to do to clean it up. Okay? It's just better to do it this way in terms of picking it off, because then you can pick off the little bits of meat and everything. Because a little bit of fat isn't going to be like that bad, right? And, yeah, and then, you know, I just overthink things, right? Like, I think back to 2015. Uncle John gets mentally kidnapped. You know, I'm fucking left with all the bills, right? You know, I'm being jerked around by the bank and just the whole 9 yards, right? Being accused of something I didn't do. And my landlady's coming in the house telling me to start selling my shit. Like, why? Right? I don't plan on going anywhere. It's not like I can't pay the rent. I'll just not pay the bills. I'll use more credit cards to live so that you get your rent. Basically, that's what fucking happened. As I was working in the yard, so that, you know, her property value can go up even though the house was being torn down. You know, you have to make it look nice before you fucking tear it down, right? As long as it looks nice. Doesn't matter if it's functional or not. No. Anyway, I don't mean to dwell on it, but I can't help it, people. I wake up every day. I'm shaking every day now. Every day. I'm having panic attacks. Yep. Every fucking day. Yep. Because people like my family are targeted. It's a game. Yeah, it feels like a game. So try and pick off that little bit of fat while it's still, well, you can still grab it. Because you'll never get it off with a spoon. No way. It'd take too long. Alright. I can't see, so it's hard. I can kind of see a little bit, only because it's a little whiter, but, you know, interesting how they can get health care, but I can't, you know, like in terms of family doctor, you know, but I can't, no. Not that a family doctor would do me any good anyway. Probably just be another racist bastard. Whether it's a white Dr. Vasinski or a fucking Dr. Barr with a turban on, wouldn't matter. They all got their own agenda. Okay, so now the same thing with this. This is the broth. This one here. Probably easier just to scoop it up with your fingers. Do you see what I'm doing here? Okay, don't worry about the gelatin, because we're going to warm this up. As a matter of fact, we should warm this up before I put it back in the fridge, and then whatever sediments that you have, whether little bits of pieces of meat from that meat, or whether it's a little bit of gelatin, it's all going to settle. Where's my hand? Sorry, wandering away. It's all going to settle to the bottom, and then what's going to come to the surface will be this pure fat, which is almost like a lard, right? It's just, you know. But you can clean it up. And as long as you don't overheat it, you're not destroying it. Right? And then when you're ready to put it in a jar, if you want, you can seal the jar. Or you can just put it in the fridge and it will stay fine. And you can use it for frying. Yep. So, I got 6 wide mouth pint-sized jars. 6. Which I'm going to distribute that meat in between the 6 of them, at least that. And then I've got 8 250 ml, which is, 500 ml pint-sized jar, regular mouth, for any leftover broth, including or meat, including the vegetable broth. And then it's a 75 minute can, right? Get that off. Where's my hand? I don't see it. Where's my hand? There it is. Sorry, that's my eyes not reacting, right? So, right, I'm focusing on the grease, not so much what, because everything's blurry, right? So take it out as much as you can. It's starting to melt already. A little bit will be okay. There. I think that's fine. And then of course we always got that famous trick with the paper towel after you know, put it in the jar. Take it from the sides. Just scoop it up, to suck it up. The paper towel will absorb any grease that's floating on the top, in terms of that trick I showed you. I suppose you could do it right now, but it's probably better to do it after it's been heated up. Okay. No, see, you could be doing this all day. Paper towel is easier. Alright, so you get the gist of that, right? Okay. So this is the meat that was rendered. It has the little bits of fat and everything because I told you I made a mistake. I mixed them up together, but either or is I should be able to get that. And and it's full of gel. This is all I want to show you. It's all encased with gelatin. It's so good. Yeah, because I added that extra water. Yeah, it's tasty. Oh my God, you don't even know. This is what was in the pot with the bones, which I may or may not can. I'm not sure yet. Maybe 1 or 2 jars. We'll see. Hold on. Okay, so basically what we're doing here is working fast. Fast. Okay? I took that grease and I'm just gonna melt it. I'm not gonna boil it. Nothing. I'm just melting it. Alright? You can do it on low. And then once it's melted, which doesn't, as a matter of fact, you can take that off and it will continue to, more than likely, or at least turn off the heat. Okay? And we'll just put that back on. It's almost melted. And once it's melted, let it cool down. It's not even warm. Hot. Like, it's not really hot. You just want to melt it, incorporate everything, and then when it starts to solidify again, right, turn into a solid, there you go. All your sediments are going to go on the bottom. Okay, now I can put that in a glass bowl, which I'll probably end up doing here, but I'm kind of working fast, so that's turned off. This, I just heated up gently, like real fast. Not even, it's cool, right? We got it cool right now, because the meat, I just went into the bowl, grabbed my hands, broke everything up, grabbed the meat, the gelatin, all of it, because it was still gelled, right? And filled up the jars, six pint-size wide-mouth jars, which worked out quite well. And now I'm just filling up the rest of my jars with broth, including those jars with the meat, to top things off. Alright, and this will be my first 75 minutes. Depending on what's left, I might have to just do broth after the fact, because I had to put the vegetable broth into the fridge because I don't have enough room in my canner, and it looks like I'm still going to have a bit of broth left, and we know I don't want to do this for several months, so it just makes more sense for me to can it all up and be done with it, and then I can just feel comfortable to grab a jar a day. I mean, not a day, you know, have a jar available every day and spread it out over a period of 2 or 3 days for amari, with the broth, that is, for sure. And then, of course, we've got the meat, right? So, yeah, we're almost full with our jars here. So it depends what's left. If there's just a little bit left, then it goes in the fridge. But I still have that, but that I can cook with barbecue sauce later if I want. A baked potato or something, right? So, yeah. I have to count these jars one more time. Alright. And then top off these ones. Right. Now I bought some more juice for amari. So we got 2, 4, 6. Looks like we got 2 more jars left. 7 on the bottom. 6, 7, 7 on top. Probably 8 with these ones. But we'll just do those 2 jars for now. So it looks like I'm getting down to bare bones here. So technically that broth, if I should have parsnips. I don't know, my order came in with other stuff, so I don't know. I don't know if I got everything that belongs to me. Because I didn't order Mr. Noodle, that's for sure. And I didn't order chips. So I'll be choked if I didn't get my order, because I don't know. these guys, I don't know how they deliver things sometimes. I just don't get it. Yeah. I had to buy cat food. So they had PC points if you spent $30 on cat food. So I bought over $60 worth of cat food to make sure I got my PC points. After I was done with my bill, I should have gotten $12 off of it, so whatever. Just do what you can, right? So it looks like I'm getting to the point here where it's all going to be pretty spot on in terms of there's not going to be much left after the fact. So before this starts to get solid, right, you want to put it in a glass bowl, put it in the fridge. So hold on a minute. So as you can see, that's a fair amount. Now it's all incorporated in terms of the gelatin. There's little bits and pieces of meat on the bottom. So as this starts to settle and everything starts to separate, right, you're going to see the different layers after the fact of when it comes completely solid. And then that's what you're going to end up rendering it. Not rendering, but you'll see. Hold on. Boy, I just dropped this camera on the hard floor. Have you, do you order, does any, like, you know, when you order online, right? I mean, well, not oftentimes, but too many times to count. Hold on a minute. I just turned that computer off. If you order online, right? You know how sometimes you don't get your stuff? It just disappears. And I noticed big ticket items go missing. If I buy a big stack of cheese or something like that, it'll go missing. Anyway, I got my order today. I was in here mucking around, eh? Because, you know, I'm behind, right? And, I started doing the pressure canner, so I couldn't leave it. So he went, and oftentimes he'll bring it in for me, right? Wrestling around, doing whatever. Anyway, long story short, he wants to eat Ritz crackers. I'm like, I didn't order Ritz crackers. I try and avoid that, right? In part, don't get me wrong, I like Ritz crackers, or at least I used to. But now, you buy a box, and it's with that shrinkflation, and it's not even worth the money. So some things I just don't buy. Right? And I'm like, well, hold on, I don't know. I didn't buy that. Anyway, by the time I got to look at things, I realized that they gave me things I didn't order. Right? It's Mr. Noodles, no name, whatever. Like 2 cans of no name corn, can of peas, a salsa sauce thing, a thing of iced tea, 2 bags of Ruffled chips. Obviously the Ritz crackers, right? And now, one time in the past, Walmart delivered somebody else's groceries to this house. I didn't get one thing that I ordered. So I phoned up Walmart, and they ended up having somebody come and pick the shit up a couple of hours later, whatever the hell it was. And then I have to wait for my order the next day. But, you know, that's just too weird for me, people. I'm sorry. I think that's gross. You know, because you don't know what people are doing in their houses. You know, I'm dealing with meat, that kind of shit. Right? You know, and, you know, people, some people, they're just whatever, and I'm touching, I could be scratching, picking my nose, touching the food, whatever, and Then they come and they pick it up, and I'm like, it's gross. To me, it's gross, right? Once it's in the house, it's in the house. It's enough that you have to deal with it. I'm talking. Change of mind, please.
Huh?
I don't want them leaking
What are
out.
we gonna do with that food, though? That stuff.
I don't know yet. Just leave me alone, okay? Just leave me alone.
I want to know what we're doing.
I'm annoyed with it. That's what I am. Because, right? It's just, you know, and this guy, you know, when he came from the Walmart, right? You know, hours and hours later, right? Hours and hours later, literally. And I'm here for pick up that food. And I'm like, okay, no problem. Here, take it. Right? I mean, for all I know, people, he could have fucking kept it. Like, seriously, like, it's so crooked. Right? So, you know, if I do an order and I don't get what I want, I'm being charged for something, but I don't get it. I phone, and these, Walmart and Canadian Superstore are pretty good at reimbursing me my money, right? You know how they credit your account, right? Your bank card, right? And okay, I mean, like, you just never know. And sometimes the shit that, like, from Walmart, they must have had one worker there that never washed their hands or something. Because every time I went to, I ordered, I order regularly, right? Because I don't get out with a car or nothing. And at one point I was, back to back to back, kind of like 2 or 3 times within the week. And each time the stuff was coming in, it was like, it was sticky. Everything was sticky on the outside. I'm like, oh, this is gross. I don't know what this person's doing. It's never had that problem before. But either or, like, I touch things and my nose starts to run. And Andre's nose starts to, he's getting hivey and getting his nose is running and he's sneezing and, and just like. Yeah, but I'm talking about when the groceries come. Right? And, I wouldn't want my groceries going to somebody else's house and then the Uber driver or whoever, DoorDash or whatever they're called, right, picks it up, or a personnel from Walmart. Like, I don't know who came and picked up the groceries when I got somebody else's. I just know that it was weird. Weird, more than weird. And I didn't like it. It made me feel really uncomfortable. And I was actually very suspicious about the whole situation, right? Because he came late. It was dark. Okay, yeah, right. Whoever's groceries that belonged to, and they didn't get their order, I don't see you coming 4 hours later to my house or 3 hours later or whatever, picking them up and then go dropping them off. Like, that's gross, because you don't know what I did with them. I could have done anything. I mean, fuck, man. We got people trying to destroy lives out here. Throw them out onto the streets, have them give everything away, throw it in a garbage can, have the kids go off into, who knows, homelessness, street kids, fucking foster care, illegal organ harvesting, whatever, as if. Right? You know what I'm saying? A lot more bigger fucking crimes than dropping off groceries that I didn't even order, first of all. And I'm sitting here feeling guilty because I have them. And I'm like, well, I could phone up Canadian Superstore and let them know. As if they haven't figured it out by now. Because wherever they were meant, 2 things. They either gave it to me as samples, because I spend thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars there, people. Seriously, man. Okay, this is what I'm saying. I'm going to the fucking food bank. Just, enough is enough already. The little bit that came to the door that I'm being guilt-tripped over because, I don't know, was it the guy who was the delivery guy just made a mistake? Well, maybe next time you'll pay attention to where you drop this stuff off. Because when my shit ended up at somebody else's house, I wasn't impressed. And then for them to come and pick up what was delivered to my house made me just feel gross about it all, right? But I'm housebound, so I'm kind of dependent on these deliveries because nobody takes me shopping. And it's too hard to push a buggy back there all the way to the grocery store and all the way back. By the time I'm done doing that, I'm exhausted. It burns me out for like 2 freaking days. I can't afford to lose 2 days right now. So, I shop online. And like the last time, I turned that down. The last time, the last 2 shops or 3 shops ago, somebody stole my cheese, $27 block of cheese, 4 sausage rings, and goji berries. It was like $70. So I phoned them up, and they did. They reimbursed me the $70. Where that thing went, maybe it went to somebody else's fucking house. I don't know. But it's the driver's responsibility to make sure that these boxes that they're piling up into their car don't get mixed up, right? You know what I'm saying? And, so anyway, I don't know. Andre wants to eat the chips, and I'm like, no, just wait. I probably won't phone. Just leave it, right? Just because it's gross. He touching, I'm touching, right? You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to be shopping that much pretty soon anyway. I'm trying to avoid shopping. Yeah. What little bit was like that today would be the equivalent of what I could get at a food bank. Let's just put it that way. More than likely. So I'm just wondering, like, what would you do in a situation like okay, because I'm an honest person, right? And like, I don't like being put in a position where, I'm under scrutiny, right? Well, why isn't she phoning? We know that we know that she got groceries that she didn't pay for because she didn't order those. It was an honest mistake by the fucking delivery people, but those delivery people make a lot of freaking mistakes, okay? I've been putting up with it for a year and a half now. It's a hit and miss. So much so that I don't even like tips sometimes. And then when you tip them, they still screw you around. Yeah. So, like, with that blanket thing, though, I phoned and I let them know that I had the blanket when I realized I had the blanket. Otherwise, they would have came and dropped me off the blanket. But in this situation, I don't think groceries should be passed around like that. I don't care what they are. You know what I'm saying? Because that's just, one, it's unhygienic. You just don't know. There's so many mean people out in the world doing stupid things to hurt others, And if, like, that's company practices to have their delivery people drop them off at the wrong house, go pick it up, and then go give it to somebody else, like, that's just so freaking wrong. You know what I'm saying? So you don't want to foster it, right? Right? If this guy gets into trouble because he's losing the goods, well, then he'll do a better job the next time they give him something to deliver. Otherwise, he needs to be fucking fired. That's the way I see it when it comes to this shit. Because too many times I do, like, orders and not everything is there, and then I'm embarrassed because I have to phone, say, oh, I didn't get this, I didn't get that, can you reimburse me my money? And then, they're like, right, you know how it is, right? Right, if it happens enough time. And these delivery guys, they go in cycles, eh? For a while, it'll be real good for a while. And then all of a sudden, almost every order, something's going missing. Like, why? So every time every week you're phoning or whatever, whenever you're ordering, like, oh, I didn't get this. Oh, I didn't get, well, we seen it in the cart. We put it in the cart. And I said, yeah, it's in my bill, but I didn't get it. Well, don't accuse me of lying, right? Anyway. I'm just saying. So, it irks me. And like, I was locked into here, right? So I didn't get to it right away. And by that time, the driver was long gone, like hours ago, right? And whoever groceries that was, they didn't get them. So they probably got reimbursed for their groceries. So what? They're going to come to my house, pick up the groceries, and take them back to the fucking Canadian Superstore? I don't think so. Canadian Superstore is a pretty big chain. And Walmart, yeah, I can see it because that's run by a bunch of Punjabis. Not to say that Punjabis don't work at Canadian Superstore, they do. But their policies are different. Their policies are completely different. Yeah. So, like I said, that one time when I didn't get what I was supposed to get, and they gave me somebody else's shit, and then they wanted to come pick up all the shit after I rifled through everything, after I rifled through all the bags looking to see if any of those bags belonged to me. Putting my fingers all over them, taking them out, and then, I'm putting it all back, and now you're going to run off, you're going to come to my house at 8:30 at night, 9 o'clock at night, pick them up, and what are you going to do with them? Probably kept them. Probably fucking kept them, people. Yeah. Where if I phone up Canadian Superstore, they'll probably just tell me to keep it. Because they're a little more classy that way, right? It's just dumb. I don't like being put in positions like that. These drivers, they need to get their act together. They create too much stress. Like I say, I give them a tip, right? Whether I do it on the receipt or whether I do by hand, I go through my stuff and my shit's missing. Yeah, okay. And you want another tip? Okay. I don't think so. I always usually do at least $5. But it really goats me though when I pay the $5 tip and then some of my shit's missing. And then I have to phone. And then I'm embarrassed because, oh, how do we know you're telling the truth? Well, I don't know. Do you honestly think I like phoning and trying to get a freebie on a fucking block of cheese? Go away. Look at my history. Thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars in fucking food. As if, people. And I'm facing homelessness because of the greed that's going on in this province. Living in the 15th century, 18th century, 17th century, with the Irish potato famine. Yeah. With that, or in the 15th century, I think it was, right? With the metal thing around the neck, with the chain. Oh, that's about it. Oh. I don't know. I got 25 more minutes. And then, I forgot to mention, I ordered a little pink salmon. It was like $10 or so, give or take, right? They gave me the salmon. It was frozen, eh? I have one in the freezer, but I didn't want to deal with that. Because I'm working on, Murray's food, right? See, now you see why I bought these, right? Because it's perfect. And I just wanted, right? So anyway, I bought the salmon, right? I had it in my shopping cart, right? And there was a few other things that I had. I don't remember now. There's all that stress, right? And I didn't get it. I wanted some more almond extract. I didn't get it. Oh, I don't know what else there was. I just know that my bill was a lot more expensive than what my bill came in at. They put my bill down to $293 or something like that. And when I added on the juice, the prune juice, when I remembered, I went back and I added it on. It jumped up to $360 or something. So that's what I was thinking. But by the time it was all said and done, it came in at $293. And on the bill, they didn't even put down the salmon, but they gave me the salmon. Right? So, you know, so like, whatever, this is for Amari, basically, right? I cut up the rest into little, you know, just single-sized pieces so that I can fry it up for him, and he has it, right? Because I want to, you know, not always giving canned salmon. So, you know, like, so you can't say that that was a mistake because it was, I ordered it, right? They just didn't put it on my bill. So for all I know, maybe they gave me that. I don't know, people. Like, fuck. All I know is I don't like sending it back because that is just nasty. It's bad enough that it's being delivered to my house by strangers. And, you know, people are putting their hands on it. And you don't know, right? It's like I said, you get it and your nose starts running and you get the hives and it's sticky sometimes. And I'm like, for a couple of weeks there, it was like, who the hell is bagging up? Like, who's touching this shit, right? Having to wipe things down. And, I mean, it's bad enough that you have to do that. But now you're going to come pick it up in my house and run off with it and disappear into the night? Like, yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. So anyway, I mean, that's the onus on the delivery people, right? You know, if they can't handle their jobs, they shouldn't do it, you know, right? But some of these guys are really crooked, though. They really are. Oh, yeah. Anyway, and of course, a lot of them are immigrants, so, you know, they just have a different mindset too, you know, and they're all kinds of different kind of immigrants. Some of them are good, some of them are not, right? And so anyway, oh, what else was I gonna say? There was something else I was gonna say. I'm not doing no pots and pans. I'm not cleaning after this. I'm so tired. I'm so stressed out. Like I say, I wake up every day and I go into panic mode. Right? If it rains, it's like this. But as it is right now with what's going on with my landlord and wanting more money and, you know, and just with just everything, and it's just like, fuck, man. You can't win for frickin' losing. You just can't. You know, I'm trying to do something here for all the right reasons, and I have no peace in my life. Right? And we know Tisha's leaving. You know, in about a year and a half or a year or whatever, she's gone. So, you know, like, that leaves me with that man downstairs that I barely talk to now. Right? And at the whim of whatever it is that they decide to do with my shit when that time comes. I don't know. I just don't know. Yeah. So, but I guess that's just life, right? You know, it's just, right? Bad people, they do well because they're bad. Inside of them, they're bad. They have no remorse, they have no guilt, they have nothing. They're like big hollow shell of nothing. And therefore, they're called psychopaths, right? You know, they have no problem hurting people. Like, I'm guilt tripping over here with a bag of fucking chips and a no-name salsa sauce. And no-name corn in a can, too. And just like, you know. And free fish. Shit. Right. Maybe they don't want me going to the food bank. Maybe they watch my videos. No, Judy, don't start going to the food bank. You won't be spending $300 a pop looking for your free gift at Canadian Superstore, right? Don't miss me. They'll be like, that lady's not shopping no more. What the hell happened to her? Oh, I guess her landlord was successful at kicking her out and she's homeless now, so go feed her some crumbs out on the streets. That's about it. Yeah. That's about it, people. And of course, because I talk about it, somebody's targeting me for it, right? Oh yes, that's right, my neighbor. I said, you know, you need to talk to everybody in those houses and, you know, think about a little class action lawsuit here. You know, you have to fight for your rights, right? And no, they won't do it. You know, they're too scared and You know, and I'm like, well, how about you? You're 74, right? Where the hell are you going? I don't know, but, you know, I want to sell a few things, and I don't want to rock the boat before I have, because of the stuff in her yard, right? Because she invested 20 years into that yard, kind of like me, only she was better at it because she had more time. Me, I fizzled out with it because of my eyes, Amari, and just whatever, right? But I spent thousands of dollars in this yard too. Never got a red cent back, right? You know what I'm saying? And she's afraid if she, you know, stands up for herself, they're gonna make it harder for her, and she'll really take a loss, because then she won't be able to sell the few things that she can in the yard before it's tore up. As they dig up a septic tank that's already inching its way up to the surface and polluting the ground, where it's smelling in houses now because it's coming up through the fucking cement floor up and out. Because it's leaching out. Yeah. And they call that good business. Yeah. It's funny how these Punjabi guys were supposed to be building a building. Instead, they made a parking lot for the building over there that's being built, as the big dump trucks are grinding their shit right in front of my freaking house, 4 in a row, and I got crud all over the place. And we're talking like really gritty and just gritty shit in places that you wouldn't even think you'd find it. Yeah. It's like you know those cartoon characters, like a big cloud with a wind, right? You know, it's got right, and it's like a cloud, right? Is those kind of cartoon characters? It's like some cloud goes around here with a bunch of crumbs in its mouth, and it blowing in areas that you would never think that you would find them, and it's like that downstairs too. Oh yeah. It never used to be like that. Mm-mm. But yeah, no, they turned it into a bloody parking lot. I guess they're going to start building as soon as they get a handle on the one over here. And they're going to start tearing down over there. And they're going to rip up the ground, and whatever septic tank is leaching out old sewage is going to leach out into the neighborhood. Yeah, that's really improving the neighborhood. Yeah. Who needs to eat fucking carrots with E. coli, perhaps contamination, when all you have to wait for is the epitome of what is right in society to bring the disease right into your environment as they're throwing you out into the fucking streets. And then they expect you not to talk about it. Yeah, okay. You know, I don't think so. I don't know what it's going to take for me to shake this off, because my landlady never lets me have any fucking peace. No. Just when I calm down and I think I can relax for a little while, like I said, it just springs out of freaking nowhere. Yeah. And it just, like, 84 years old, I just don't fucking get it. I guess that makes her feel strong or something, that she can... but she was plotting and scheming this in 2004. They were plotting and scheming this before I even moved into this damn house, for crying out loud. But as soon as John was taken, that was it. Well, why don't you get rid of these books? You know, like, you need to get rid of some stuff. And I'm like, why? I like books, right? They're all nicely in a line there, you know, right? I wish I had more time to look at them. Yeah, I do. You don't need them. Okay, I don't need them. And she was a teacher. What kind of teacher doesn't like books? That's what she told me that she did when she was younger. She worked as a teacher. Probably for a freaking Kelsa school, and doesn't appreciate the English language. I wouldn't doubt it, people. Unless, of course, it's business. Then it's different, right? I'm just saying. She doesn't eat fucking white people food. She eats Punjabi food, for crying out loud. Of course she wouldn't care about the cookbooks, or a book about birds, or, you know, whales, or whatever book I've got here. She wouldn't care. Anyway, If I'm not stressing over freaking free salmon, I'm stressing over a little food hamper. That, I don't know. It's just, it doesn't matter because I'm winding down with the online shop. Oh my God. Hey, phone rings and I jump. Literally, I jump. Hello? Hello? Okay, hold on. Thank you. Andre? No, it's the Walmart there. I told you I had another little order come in. Go get it. He's here now. I know.
I'm in the middle of doing something.
Bring me one of those cans.
I'm in the middle of doing a role play right now.
Whatever. You've been on that thing all day, Andre. Don't take advantage. Oh my God, I've only got 6 minutes left. Oh, I'm so happy. So happy. Oh. If I signed up for the Christmas Bureau, and we're getting adopted because I can't get out that much, people. It's hard for me, right? God forbid if they bring me frozen turkey and that kind of stuff, because I'll have to can it. I'll have no place for it. Oh, I so don't want to do that, though. I will if I have to. If I have no choice, I'll do it. Right. I'm tired. I'm getting tired of this. I really am. Yeah. I found coconut milk. Coconut cream. I just want 1 can of that coconut cream. At 36% fat. That's a lot of fat in coconut milk. Normally it goes up to about 21.
Here. Okay.
Yeah.
Going back to my role play.
Is this the one? Oh, I can't see. Oh, wait a minute. This is not the brand I bought. This is not the brand I bought. Oh, I can't win for freaking losing. I don't think so. This is not what was listed. And it's not even the right size. I don't think so. Boy, this one says 25%. No, this is not what I bought. Oh my God. Can't win for freaking losing. What's the calorie count on it? Yeah, 180. The other one was 200 because it had a higher fat. Just see, can't. I wonder what I paid for this. Because the one I bought was expensive. It was $4 and some odd cents. Almost $5 a can. And I specifically, it was like $4.79 a can. It was supposed to be a bigger can. And what do you call it? It had a higher fat content in it. Because you want that if you're trying to make ice cream and those kind of things, right? Because this is another thing that I want to start using more regularly, right? Now I have in the house, but you know, I'm coming to the end of my game, and when I came across the fat content, I was, oh yeah, I'm going to buy that for sure, right? But clearly they didn't give me what I wanted. And they probably charged me the same amount of money. So now I have to go double check on that. And Walmart's hard to deal with because the last time they fucked me over, I phoned them up and then they said, well, we can't access your account, you know, because of you not giving us the right numbers on the order because it's got to start off with 2024. And I'm like, it doesn't say anywhere in there 2024. Here are the numbers. And then they just played dumb on me. Yeah, played freaking dumb on me. Stupid. It's because it's being all run by fucking Punjabis, that's why. Yeah. It's just dumb. It's dumb. They're taking over everything. Right? Like everything. So, I don't know. I have to figure this out now. But that's another reason I just kind of want to stop shopping online. Because I can't deal with the stress that comes with it sometimes. Right? I just can't. Like, this makes me mad. This is a dinky little can. It's supposed to be bigger than this, and the fat content is supposed to be bigger, like higher. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bought it, because I already have this similar fat content and the same size can. It's useless. Oh. And I bought 20 of them. No, 10. The max. I bought 10 of them. And they were like $4.79. Yeah, because of Amari. Yeah. Yeah. With the high fat content. That's the only reason I bought it. With a little more bigger can. Yeah. I thought that would really motivate me to start using coconut cream. What do they call this? Yeah, 400 mils. No, that's not what I ordered. Coconut cream. Anyway. And then when Tisha goes away to the island, that's it. I ain't taking a bus all the way down to the food bank. I'll be back online shopping. Oh, great. Assuming I can see. I'll still shop online, but I really want to just take a break from it all. It can get nerve-wracking after a while. And it's so expensive. They got you down to just the bare bones in terms of if you buy in bulk, I guess you can say you throw your food budget out the window, right? Because just by the way they price things, $300 doesn't get you anything. Doesn't matter whether you buy in bulk or whether you buy in single products for the week kind of stuff, right? Yeah, they're really, really screwing people over. So this is done now. Yay. Okay? So the way we're going to end this video, Andre, shut up. The way we're going to end this video is tomorrow, I'll take these out later, let them cool, wash the jar, and then I'll crunch the numbers. The vegetable broth is in the fridge. Depending on how fast that stuff is drying that I put in the dehydrator today, that was in the oven when it came to the vegetable carrot peels and that type of stuff. If I think that I can make another batch in the next 2 days in terms of quote-unquote vegetable broth, because I peel more carrots and whatever I've got in the fridge, the 2 bags of parsnips, and then I make another batch of vegetable broth, only this time I'm not, I thought I heard something, only this time I'm not adding that many parsnips in it, right, or that Chinese cabbage. Try and keep it, and no garlic. And then I'm going to combine them and grind them up. That will be another video, another day. I'm not going to worry about it. I have to do other things now. And so if I can make more vegetable broth in the next 2 days, what's in the fridge will be fine for 2 days. It should be. And then that's a 35-minute, 30-minute can in the canner. Waste not, want not. And then we'll just see how it goes from there. But other than that, I'm going to finish this video with how many jars I have. I have 6 jars of pint-sized wide mouth with the meat inside. Still have a bit of meat that tomorrow I'll cook with some barbecue sauce, just whatever, warm it up, whatever. We've got some salmon here, mainly for Amari. To spread out over the next few days. At least half of what's there anyway. Maybe a sandwich for Andre and myself. We'll see. And 8, 9. 9 jars. Yeah. 9 pint-sized jars. regular mouth, like this, of the bone broth and the gelatin. So I'm happy with that. That's 9 extra jars. And then the pint-sized jars with the meat in it, well, I can either use it as a meal for all 3 of us, or I can take and use it for Amari over a period of 4 days. It might be a bit too much meat for him in a period of 4 days, but it's pork, so it's hard to say, right? That's why I like the salmon jars, because he's still kind of tiny, right? You know, you can only put so much in him. But when you start grinding it up, though, you'd be surprised, eh? You know, I might be able to get 3 meals out of it for him. And because it's pork, it's going to tend to be a little more fatty, even though I degreased it. Oh, yes, and then tomorrow we'll look at the grease, too. We'll finish it with the grease, and then we'll just... So, $37. What did I have it at? It was $37. They charged me $37. $8 and $7. I got 15 jars of goods, plus a pound of lard, almost, and still a little bit of meat for a meal with barbecue sauce. That's pretty good. Okay. I gotta go. This bugs me, man. Okay, so I guess I did order this one that I have in my hand. Okay? It was $4.28, which normally I would never pay for coconut cream or milk, right? Okay? But the reason I did this time is because, of course, I've got Amari on my mind. And here it says right here, so I guess you can't believe everything you read on these things. So for a half a cup, the calorie count says 200, right? And then if you look at the fat content, fat lipids, quiet, Andre, 31%. The more creamier with the fat content in the coconut milk, or cream, I should say, you can make ice cream and that kind of stuff. Plus, you know, it's good for Amari, right? All right. Well, on this can, though, it doesn't say this. It's the same brand. It is the same amount in terms of 400 ml. So I guess other cans are a little smaller than this. I don't know. I've bought other bigger cans for less money, but they have a less fat content on it, right? So I specifically bought this. I was willing to pay the higher price for the fat content, right? But here it's saying it says 20. I can't see. Oh no, I can't see because of my eyes. What does it say? Oh my Lord. What did I say? 25? Which is a little bit higher fat lipids. Yeah, this says 25. And they've got the calorie count at 180. So they've got the calorie count at 180. I'm getting a shadow in there. It's 180 for calories. Online it says 200. So we shed 20 calories. And then the fat lipids are 25. But I specifically bought this at that price for the higher fat content with the higher calorie content. Okay? And you can see I was willing to pay $4.28 times 10. Should have came out to $42.80. But it looks like they didn't even charge me for that. Okay? I don't mind paying for what I get. Okay? You know what I'm saying? Oh, and they had a air fryer on sale for $40. I've been looking, reading, debating. I have a convection oven. I have this air thing that's you can cook chicken in way up high in the playroom on some shelf that I never use. But besides that point, for $40 with a cream covering on the tray or something with a steel basket, because that's better than Teflon, right? I thought I'd do it, right? So I did purchase that. But when it comes to this stuff, like, you know, I'm looking, like I'm saying, there's not much I want to buy anymore, people. So I'm looking for the higher calorie, more nutrients, obviously the higher fat content for Amari when it comes to like that kind of stuff, right? With the, you know, coconut milk or whatever, right? You know, just so that I can work on his meal plan, right? And, oh my God, this mouse, I tell you, it's been hijacked. I can't even see it. I have to find it, and then I have to go real slow. Okay? They did not charge me. Here's that can, 10 each, you can see that. They did not charge me $4.28 a can, because if they would have, it would have came at $42.78. Or whatever it was, $42.28. It would have came up to $42.28, but they did not charge me that. So in this situation, everything balances out. Okay, I'm okay with that. But do you honestly think I should phone up Canadian Superstore and ask them to charge me for that salmon that they gave me for free, among everything else that they gave me, and then have them come pick that shit up if they want at some random stop? I'm just saying, I'm not going to do that. No. These guys that do these deliveries, they need to be paying attention to what they're doing. Seriously. And then I picked up 4 of these because that's shelf stable, and I do plan on getting into candy making, right? One, to save costs instead of buying candy. Plus you get a better quality candy because you know what's inside of it. And whatever else I decide to do with that along the way. I bought 4 of those. Cranberry with blueberry, just because I don't want to be making no juice for a while. One little almond thing, because I do plan on making cookies. 4 butter, it was on sale. How much was my bill? I don't know. Because, and a rye bread, which eventually we'll be making, right? And I got some rye bread from Canadian Superstore. They charged me $96, total $96. Because a little went off the bill, I guess, because they gave me, they adjusted, whatever's going on with their posting on that, they adjusted it.
Why am I being chased?
Right.
For no reason.
But yeah, $96, and I get a air fryer coming in. You don't get much for your money, you really don't. 4 butters, 1 extract, almond extract, 4 juice, 4 corn syrups, and 10 cans of coconut, and an air fryer on sale for $100. Wow. Okay, so I'm just going to finish this video because I'm watching the other videos before I convert over, and it's going to be long enough as it is. And then we'll just pick up with the next video in terms of, in a nutshell, we've got 15 jars here, okay? And we still have, I guess you can call it lard. And we'll work on that tomorrow, right? And then we've got also the little bits of pork that came off the bones, as well as a few pieces of meat, right? Which I'm going to do with barbecue. So we might as well just toss that in as a, I don't know. We're not going to factor that in just yet, okay? If it cost me $37 for the ribs, I have 15 jars Currently, we're looking at about $2.50 a jar. And if you were to multiply that by meals, whether for 1 to, I suppose, if you had to, stretch it out between 4. You know, some collagen is better than no collagen, let's just put it that way. Some protein is better than no protein, even if it comes in the form of comfort food, right? For those families that are really struggling, that is. And then if you were to throw in a pound of lard, or half a pound, I think, I don't know. And then a meal that could feed technically 4 people, guaranteed 3, in terms of what's left over in terms of meat, right? That brings that down even lower, down to, we'll just say $2 a jar. Because you still got $7 in the fridge between the lard and the meat. That's not bad, people. And like for amari, this broth is basically for amari. This is delicious. These are the little bits and pieces of pork and fat that were rendered and when I had it in the bowl, right? Remember I topped it off with the liquid so that all the grease could come to the top. Okay, so when I went to fill up the jars, I don't know if I mentioned it in my videos, in this video, right? But all I did was mix everything up. I broke up, because when it gels, the meat begins to stick together. So I broke everything up with my hand in between all the gelatin. And then I just scooped it up with my hand and put it in with the funnel. And I filled up the jar with the meat and the gelatin. It was gelatized, right? And then the actual broth itself that was also gelatized, if there is such a word, all I did was just warm it up. I didn't even make it warm. Just enough to melt the gelatin. And then I poured it in, which proceeded to melt gelatin inside the jar. Obviously, debubbled it. Let it sit for a little bit so things could rest, and topped it off. And it's great. And like these, it's hot right now. I can't really touch it, right? But you can see they're quite full. And it's not a ground pork, but it's almost like a ground pork, only it's better than a ground pork because, first of all, you know what's in it. And they're in larger chunks, which makes the liquid flow more easily between the product itself. Whereas if you go off and you buy things that are ground up, like ground hamburger or whatever, and you put it in a jar, they tend to gum up, eh? Where this, if I was to shake it, here, I have some glasses, let me see. I want to talk about this now. Oh, it's too hot though, can't really touch it. And who knows if it's sealed or not. But if you were to shake it, anyway, you get the point, right? I think. So, this in itself, right there, don't see it as, well, it won't feed my family because I have a family of 4. But if that's all you have for a family of 4, that in itself is comfort food and will go a long, long way in terms of nourishing the body, because there's lots of nutrients in that, period. But it also offers comfort, and that itself feeds the body. Okay, these people that want us to eat bugs, give up our proteins. Listen, Amari was on those supplemental drinks for years. Okay. Because he wouldn't eat the food that I was trying to feed him, because the supplemental drinks interrupted his, I don't know. He's bony and he's skinny, and it's beyond the cerebral palsy in terms of this is what his body needed, not a plant-based supplemental drink that I don't even know how they made it, people. This, what's inside of it. That's all I'm saying. But the thing with the Mari, though, is he's so far behind in the game that he needs this every day. Every day. And this is where I made it affordable. Do you not see this now? $2 a jar. I mean, come on. And you can't get any better than that. These ones, I could take one jar and break it up into 3 meals. And because it's pork, it's a little more easier for his body to digest. Especially as I give him more of these proteins, the fish, doesn't matter if it's the kipper, but the salmon, you seen I had salmon, right? And, you know, he's getting the skin. Let's just put it that way, right? I'm nibbling on it, but no. That salmon skin belongs to Amari right now. And, as well as the flesh itself, right? And his gets all grounded up. But yeah, I'm like so happy because this is what we need as humans. And before people resign to give it up to save the planet on a political whim of some jackass that in 12 years from now probably won't even be around, right? Whether they die off or whether they just disappear. And if they become what do they call those things? Rhinoceroses? A rhino? You know, that's just there and been there for 50 years, but really serves no purpose other than to push the envelope. No. This is what you want. $2 a jar. Yeah, $2 a jar. That's pretty good. 15 jars. You can't go wrong.